hands. Our government refuses to recognize this as a new Cold War with different aspects, but as the same depth of the problem, same magnitude of the challenge. And it's an organizing principle that we should have to be able to move forward, but we aren't getting that from our leaders. We've had overheated discussions about China that come off as politicized, and now we're getting undertreated. Very few conversations about China. And I think there is a middle road for calm, balanced, objective ways to talk about our challenge.
That's what Chairman Gallagher used to come on weekly to do, and I'm hoping that change continues in the next Congress. We're going to continue talking after the break and the end of the program, America. But, Admiral, I want to make sure everyone hears this, because they got to know this. In the middle of the ONI, Office of Naval Intelligence challenges, which included the Black Sea conflict, Ukraine and Russia, China's new belligerence, Iranian harassment and attackment on merchant shipping, the biggest morale buster at ONI was parking. I found that to be both illuminating, funny, but also true across all organizations at all time.
Yeah, you have to take care of your people. And listen, that's an aggravator. It's not the biggest challenge that they face, but from an attitude perspective, it is one of those things like, why can't, people in power take care of me in a way that makes sense? Look, we had a parking lot, we had a raised garage that had some cracking earlier than intended, and it had to be torn down. So there was, environmental things out of our control. But at the same time, it's just sluggish to get the bureaucracy to sometimes respond to these emergencies.
Well, stand by, Admiral. I want to get deep into Might of the Chain, his brand new book. I would recommend it to every executive in America, for morale lessons, for leadership lessons, for lessons on enforcement and lessons on discipline, lessons on integrity, lessons on ethics. They're all in Might of the Chain. The link is over at my X account. You can see that. I'll be back tomorrow, America. Do not miss the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
The Hugh Hewitt Show is now available on TV. Go to SalemNewsChannel.com or download the app. You can also watch on Roku and Fire Stick. Salem News Channel, the antidote to the mainstream media.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
In a shifting market, understanding where to invest can be a daunting task. This is where we step in, your trusted partner in passive real estate investing. Hi, this is Ty Lassiter, CEO of Key City Capital, where we simplify real estate investing. We harness our years of experience to build a portfolio that works for you 24/7, weathering storms and capitalizing on opportunities. Imagine owning part of a vast range of multifamily properties without the headaches of managing them. Enjoy participation in rental income, potential capital appreciation, and tax advantages, all while keeping your free time free.
Join Key City Capital today and start your journey to financial freedom. Call now, 817-912-1569. That's 817-912-1569. Or visit KeyCityCapital.com/Hugh to schedule your free consultation. That's KeyCityCapital.com/Hugh. Let Key City Capital work to turn your financial aspirations into reality today.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
They're Trump's most diehard fans in the front row at every Trump rally.
You had to love the United States of America. You had to support Mr. Donald Trump's re-election.
Trump's Front Row Joes is the new two-part documentary offering the first inside look at the men and women standing shoulder to shoulder with Trump in the greatest political movement in American history.
The kind of basis for all the rallies, there's like dead fans.
Like-minded people following their hero all around the country, exhausting their bank accounts, camping out for days.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. GOP senators are increasingly publicizing their battle over potential rules changes ahead of the Republican leadership elections. Conservative Senator Mike Lee of Utah is doubling down on his push for term limits and clapping back at proposals from Republican Tom Tillis of North Carolina. Lee wants to, quote, democratize how the leader runs things. He's worried about what he called a consolidation of power. A number of Tillis's proposals would give the next GOP leader more power over issues like committee assignments. He argued that changes could help conference priorities and messaging. Lee disagreed. The back and forth is the latest example of growing tensions within the Republican conference over not only who will lead them, but what powers that person should have. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is planning to step away from his post late this year. Conservatives demand changes from whomever succeeds McConnell. And many senators see the House Republican Conference's chaos this term as a potential warning sign. Republicans will likely vote in secret to tap a new leader in November. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
More Democrats raising more questions about the president. Lisa Brady, Fox News, as calls for President Biden to drop his bid for re-election or at least to reconsider continue to grow.
Congressman Pat Ryan, a frontline Democrat from New York, became the 8th lawmaker to publicly call on the president to drop out. He wrote this on X. Joe Biden is a patriot, but is no longer the best candidate to defeat Trump. This morning, the Hill's most recognizable Democrat sent Washington into a frenzy when she appeared to be telling members to bite their tongues until the NATO leaders are gone, while also not really endorsing the president.
Fox's Aisha Hasni on Capitol Hill, referring to former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who says it's up to the president whether to stay in the race, but is also sidestepping questions on whether he should keep running. Today, President Biden is meeting with world leaders at the NATO summit in D.C. He plans a solo news conference tomorrow. Top advisors and his campaign chair reportedly plan to brief Senate Democrats tomorrow. Opening statements at the trial of actor Alec Baldwin, charged with involuntary manslaughter in the movie set shooting that killed a cinematographer and wounded a director in 2021.
The evidence will show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin.
Prosecutor Erlinda Johnson says proper precautions were not taken. Defense attorney Alex Spiro says the gun had been checked and that Baldwin committed no crime.
Alec was doing his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People manipulate and point guns on movie sets. The gun went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger.
The defense also focusing on an unanswered question why a real bullet was on the set. Wall Street rallies, the Dow up 429 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
You know, life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific. With more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs, we can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Fox. Lawmakers are urging the Pentagon to address housing conditions for military members.
A Government Accountability Office report last year found the Department of Defense is failing to maintain good living conditions for U.S. service members and their families, including thousands of reports of toxic mold in privatized military housing. It's prompting demands from a bipartisan group of lawmakers that the Pentagon address the issues, while laying much of the blame on what lawmakers call the military's decades-old terrible deals with private companies that provide military housing. The concerns even as the 2024 and 25 Defense Authorization Acts allow for increased allowances for housing, pay raises, and for the Pentagon to address military housing issues.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Abortion rights might not be on the ballot after all this fall in Arkansas. Election officials just rejecting petitions submitted Friday, citing missing paperwork. The Secretary of State's office says organizers failed to submit required statements about people paid to gather the signatures. Lawyers for the group Arkansans for Limited Government are reviewing today's decision. More vehicles are being recalled over airbag issues.
BMW of North America is recalling more than 394,000 vehicles to replace airbags that could potentially explode when deployed. The recall includes 3 Series sedan and sports wagon models between 2006 and 2012, which may have been equipped with airbags from Takata.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Separately, Chrysler parent Stellantis is recalling more than 300,000 vehicles because some front airbags may not deploy as intended due to a seatbelt sensor issue. That affects some Alfa Romeos, Fiats, and Jeep Renegades. No accidents or injuries reported. Recapping stocks, the Dow gains 429. The S&P and the Nasdaq also rising more than 1% to another record close. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Experience the magic of the Super American Circus with Circle K. Spend $25 at any Circle K and receive a free adult ticket. Or make any purchase and show your My Rewards ID at checkout for a free child ticket. Don't miss the chance to experience the Super American Circus at PIC. Grab your free tickets at your favorite Circle K. Promotion is valid until August 31st, 2024. Fuel purchases are not included. Other conditions may apply. Visit 76CircleKGuam.com for more info.
Cool off with Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Balancing tart and sweet notes, taste the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacay with this smooth, creamy, and vibrant treat. Don't miss out and get it while you can. Head on over to Frosty Time and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
Hafide and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Thursday, the 11th of July. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. Senators passed nearly 24 measures yesterday, including Senator Chris Dueñas' contentious septic tank over aquifer bill and Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes' $5 million appropriation bill for a shrine that reignited debate over a future hospital site. The voting capped almost 3 weeks of legislative session. Also passed was Senator William Parkinson's Bill 26037, which would temporarily lift the requirement to first establish a local cannabis testing laboratory in an effort to get the legal marijuana retail industry off the ground. It passed by a vote of 9-5. Parkinson's Bill 3937, which would expand Guam's castle doctrine law to apply to outdoor spaces within the boundaries of a home, also passed. The vote was 11-3 with one excused absence. The castle doctrine authorizes a person to use reasonable force, including deadly force, to protect themselves against intruders inside their home. In other local news, the Guam chapter of the National Association of Social Workers is calling on Attorney General Douglas Moylan to remove public billboards that it believes dehumanize, stigmatize, and perpetuate racism. Billboards erected by the Office of the Attorney General on May 30th along major roadways feature photos of some 40 deportable criminals who Moylan is seeking to permanently remove from Guam. The billboards are part of what Moylan dubbed his Deport Air Project. Guam NASW President Jamela Santos says that the billboards ultimately polarize our community. The social workers group has launched an outreach and letter writing campaign against Moylan's public billboards. Moylan, in response, called the NASW position tone deaf, but does nothing to improve our quality of life. We'll have more news after this.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
The Guam Waterworks Authority announces a scheduled 8-hour water outage from 9 tonight to 5 tomorrow morning in parts of Barrigada. Crews will be working on valve replacement. Areas affected during the water outage are in East Route 8 from Happy Mart to Summer Breeze Apartment and surrounding areas. And finally, B. Hartfeldt's 4th annual shoe drive gets support from Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas, who has opened his office doors for shoe donations. Nonprofit organization B. Hartfeldt has a mission to end the next generation of homelessness on Guam, serving youth on the island. Other than Guam, it also serves communities in Peru, Kansas, Philippines, and Palau. The donation drive is to ensure that every child in need has the opportunity to choose from 1 or 2 pairs of shoes, providing them with options that fit well and suit their preferences. St. Nicholas has established a drop-off site accepting donations of new and or gently used closed-toe shoes from July 8th to August 4th on weekdays from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon at his 4th floor office in the DNA building in Hagåtña. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I got you 10 after 6 o'clock. Before we get into that, is there a certain amount of Pinoy pride that you have in the news that the new Archbishop that's going to be coming in is from the Philippines?
Yes. There is a lot of buzz. A lot in the Filipino community are really
He's
excited.
not Mexican?
Really
it's different. No, that's
okay.
So Jimenez is the name. Might have some Hispanic background to it, but definitely from the Philippines. It's just that I've seen it everywhere.
Yes.
GMA, ABS, CBN, a lot of the Filipino media is making a big deal about our new Archbishop.
Yeah, and there are obviously a lot of Filipinos are Catholics, and they see this as a source of pride, and also his story is also pretty interesting. He started as a migrant worker.
That's exactly what I'm looking at. There's a story this morning talking about former migrant worker named as Archbishop of Guam. We'll tell you more about that story. No.
Okay.
You get Tom Fisher
Sorry,
will write letters.
Confused.
My God, it's 6:11. No. Well, different guy. We'll keep this one around. As a matter of fact. All right. I just stapled the weather to another story. I'm staple happy this morning. Scattered showers and thunderstorms already falling on Guam. Partly sunny skies today. Otherwise, with highs near 87 degrees. Easterly winds 8 to 10 miles an hour. We get to heat index today of about 96 degrees. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for tonight. Mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. I think tomorrow. You know what tomorrow is, Joe?
Friday
weather, scattered showers and thunderstorms. Otherwise, partly sunny skies. Are going to have to take a mix of both. Highs near 88 degrees and easterly winds 8 to 11 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Into the weekend, partly sunny. Returns to the forecast all by itself without scattered showers and thunderstorms. And partly cloudy on Saturday night. With a heat index, it'll feel like 96 degrees today. 40% chance of rain. There are rip current warnings in effect, so be very, very careful around the water. Sunrise this morning was at 6 o'clock. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes, and in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Brothers put branches, we place roots. For 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Is it? Yes, they do. 6:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And a quick question for you from our friends over at Mount Carmel School. How would you like your kid to become a master martial artist? It can happen. It can happen. Mount Carmel School registering brand new students this week. MMA champion Brandon Vera is going to be joining the MCS faculty with a brand new dojo. A couple of his friends coming in to help train the kids in all of the things that they need to know. I mean, it's not just, standing up to bullies and things like that. I mean, can you imagine the confidence, self-control, discipline that your kids are going to have after a couple of rounds with Brandon Vera? Register today, 565-5128.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Got it. I'm just doing my last-minute stapling here, going through all of the big stories that we're going to take you through, that I intend to take you through on this Thursday. It's Thursday, right? Must be. Yeah. Because I feel pangs of guilt on.
What?
Guilt. Well, it's
never ever.
So I took the trash and I put it on the curb.
Here we go.
Tuesday night, because Wednesday is trash day, and.
First time ever.
Yeah, right. Then as I left the house this morning, I realized that the trash bin, the trash deal, was still on the street, and I probably could have gone out, taken the time to take the thing and put it back in the yard and get it out of the way. But I'm lazy, and I didn't feel like it. It's the same Ray Gibson that like at Home Depot or Payless or someplace like that, where I'm going out with the shopping cart and going,
Ray.
There's the shopping cart corral. It's right there.
Not that Ray Gibson.
You know what? There's a guy. There's a guy that works at Payless. He's got one job. He's got like Real Joe has got one job. 888-8255, 888-TAL. Okay.
Holler.
Pick up the phone when you call that number. And anyway, so the guy's got that one job over at Home Depot, and that is about every, 10 or 15 minutes, go outside and get all of the carts from all the jerks just like me that wouldn't put it in the shopping cart corral.
Workout.
It's got to be. You see these guys, they got great tans.
Forearms.
Big gorilla arms out there from, taking, and they take the same kind of pride in doing that, I think, as like the DPW bus drivers that are out there. They get in that like a convoy when they're leaving the schools, and they got 5 or 10 of these buses out there, and they all got to go out at the same time at the same speed. Good. And they got those big gorilla arms turning the wheel, making the turn on the Marine Corps driver, wherever it is. White shoes. Is that still part of the uniform there, Real Joe?
I believe so.
My. You gotta be from a certain age group to understand the white shoes joke. You gotta be from here. 617, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you, broadcasting on 93.3 The Point. Peak is best also on YouTube Live, the YouTube Live, Facebook Live, rumble.com, and thepoint.gu.
Everywhere.
Among all of the video platforms that we are on here this morning. And you might be looking at the video going, who the hell is that? What happened to the guy with the hippie hair? And
shout out to your hairstylist,
Ashley Haircut from over at Rosie Rouge.
Way to go! Wow,
had the distinct honor of cutting the hair, as she has for about the last 6 years. I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't ask you because you don't have any hair.
I don't have any hair, man.
But but for everybody else that does have
in the
it,
right places, Ray.
For everybody else that does, how long have you been going to your haircut person?
Yeah. Since 3.
Right.
Since you can walk.
The old man and little Tommies. Yeah.
Only trust that guy.
I did him for a long time. So for me, it's Ashley haircut. Ashley's been cutting my hair for 6 years now. Ever since Rosie Rouge was right behind where the radio station.
Yeah.
It's 11's is now, but it used to be Rosie Rouge, and before that, in between that and my previous one, it was the old guy over at Little Tommy's
with the Elvis haircut.
Yeah, and everything smelled like pomade.
Yeah,
just an incredible. And he used to. One of my favorite things is
I know that guy.
The guy could cut 50 people an hour.
Did he ever massage you?
Old school, yeah. And he'd get when you were done. This was the fun part.
That's the best.
He had one of these old 1960s massage deals. You put it on your hands, and he'd give you a little bit of a rub on the way out.
Diesel.
Yes, that was
diesel powered massage.
I was thinking there was an aroma on that thing too. I am not sure.
Yeah.
But before that, it was golly, what was her name? Susan from over at Susan's Beauty Spot.
Susan's
and
Beauty
she
Spot.
cut my hair going back to the 1980s at Hulali. So it's one of those things. I mean, there's the longest relationships with women that I've had over all the years probably end up to be the ladies that have cut my hair, including Ashley Haircut over at Rosie Rouge. But she got the haircut done a little bit.
She did a good job.
You like it? It's okay.
Yeah. It's very Brigadier General.
Thank you. I was kind of the thing that I was looking for here. Anyway,
that,
6-9, lots and lots on the table of contents to get through. It is National Pet Photo Day. I don't know if anybody realizes that. Yeah. So 797-8255. We haven't done this in a while.
Don't send any in. Please.
Ismael has sent a picture of Lisa's.
Oh, him.
Yeah, there it is. I'm sorry. Now there's a certain
angry.
Oh, God. He's got they're just not angry. It's I'm sure it's in contemplating some kind of larceny. Yeah. I'm not sure what it is. I was just looking around, going, which one of the boys will I scratch now? Which one of the boys will I bite onto if they don't give me any particular treats? Where's I can see the bottom of my food bowl. What's going on
What's
here?
What's his name? Boots.
You know what? It's an interesting question. I haven't checked. But if you've got some 797-8255, go ahead and send yours in this morning. I'm sure Sam Mabini's already dressing up her little Dr. Cat to
bear.
Amazing.
Moose bear.
No, Moose is the husband.
Oh,
Bear, Moose,
my bad.
Whatever. The cat has
he's a big dude.
The cat has 3 names, like it's running for office. It's so weird. But anyway, 6:20 in the morning. That's Real Joe. He gets the phone when you call at 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's the telephone number. 797. If you want to send us pet pictures or whatever is the meme machine. 797-8255. It's basically WhatsApp. We just call it the meme machine because that's usually what we get on that. It's either that or statements, legal statements from Peter Santos about Doug Moylan. I got some of those I might share with you a little bit later on. In the meantime, we got Norman Analista, who's helping out with the news and weather, and then later on, he's got his friend Mr. Luce is going to be coming in talking about the. Hold on a second, I wrote it down. So
say it. Come on, Ray.
Pista Sanayon.
Yeah.
Which is going to be it's like a Filipino festival that's going to be taking place down in at Ipao Beach Park over the weekend.
Inigo's going to be there.
Inigo, yes, is going to be there, and the pretty girl whose name I can never remember. She's going to be there.
The names
as well. So we got a lineup. In fact, we'll talk about that a little bit later on. We got some folks from Medical City in the Philippines that are going to be in a little bit later on talking about their healthy summer getaway that they're doing right now. And I participated in something like this last year. You remember when you were all mad at me last year after like the devastating typhoon?
I'm still mad at you.
I still took off to go and do the thing over in the Philippines.
All alone.
What? You know what? No, I left you with FEMA guys.
I did the show, man.
We had FEMA guys. You were here with Donna. We'd already remember.
That was great.
Just before I left, we had the governor in the studio saying we'll have the power on island wide next week.
Yeah, we had JB, John Beneventi in studio, man.
Yeah, JB was like,
that was wild.
I don't know about a week. Just saying, Well, anyway, so we got got all of that stuff.
That was sweet. So
I'm
you
going-
did it, huh? The medical thing.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, it was a very, very concierge service. So as I landed in the Philippines, after I was done flirting with the girls over at the Globe and whatever, the phone place.
Yes, boss.
Where you get your SIM. After I was done flirting with them, there's the guy. There's the kuya that took me from the airport to the B&B and says, okay, first round of appointments tomorrow is at 8 o'clock. I'll be here at 6:30. Pick you up, take you, because my B&B was in Bonifacio Global
Good
City,
schedule.
but the hospital, the medical city, is not. It's on the
2-hour
other
drive.
end of Manila.
Traffic.
Yeah, well, it's if I don't
Mopeds.
if I'd have walked, it would have been like I don't know, would have been
Jeepneys.
10-minute walk or something like that. But because it's the Philippines, it was about an hour in traffic. So there was the back and forth. Even when I went to the airport, I was going to Singapore for the trade show. Even though that was completely unrelated to medical stuff, medical city stuff, they still picked me up at the B&B.
Escort na.
They took me to the airport.
Nice.
Which, again, on the other side of the Philippines, these guys put at least 100 miles on the meter for me, and they're just absolutely terrific people. Obviously, the service at the I want to say hotel, but it's a hospital. Feels like a hotel because the service is so good. Anyway, more on that a little bit later on. We got a couple of doctors and hospitalists and things like that are going to be a part of the program. In the meantime, it's 6:24 in the morning, and we got to get to these pets right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
You want to go where everybody knows your name? Saturday night, Club Zoo. It's Throwback. It's a Throwback Part 2 that we're going to be doing. Tickets available right now, but get them because they're going fast. And it will cost you more at the door. $20 plus taxes and fees at guamtime.net on the World Wide Web. You already know about the big things that we're going to be doing. There's going to be dancing all night long, and there's going to be $2,500 in money that's going to be just falling from the ceiling. I got T-shirts to give away. We got the photo booth, with special, self-design artwork that we can do, and those funny glasses and funny signs that you were supposed to hold up while you're doing. We got all of that lined up on Saturday night, Club Zoo. Like I said, guamtime.net on the World Wide Web. All right, number one guy was here, 5:55 when I turned on the feed here. Brennan Fausto. That's it. Let's go crazy world with the Ray Gibson Show. Big man Rico Blancaflor. Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, with a litany of Republicans that she wants you to vote for in the upcoming election. James Moylan, vote for change. Republicans all the way. Except Fisher, she says, and also Aviva Trump. Patrick Bumba is online. So is, let me see, Ismael Velez. Wow, even George Clooney, Ismael writes, calls for Brandon to drop out. Says that he saw firsthand how disabled and unfit he was during a fundraising event that Clooney actually threw for him. You know who else is talking to Biden this morning?
Who, De Niro?
No,
Okay.
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Nancy,
I like her.
What's his name? Waters on Fox did a whole thing.
She's always drunk, man. I'm just saying.
I
don't blame her.
Who are we to judge? Let me, as
I know, man.
Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, once said,
Amen,
he who is
brother.
out sin, throw the first stone. So I'm not saying anything about
Shame
that.
on me.
Auntie Bennett says, Buena Shelley Gibson, who's probably watching from the Republican National Convention, where she is arrived
Rubbing
yesterday.
elbows.
Hey, Lynette. Peter Santos is online here. Big man Rico says, peak is best. The point. Thank you, buddy. I got Chris Frank online. Big sister Shelley, likewise, shouting back out to, clapping back to Auntie Bennett. Chris Frank, languishing in the hospital in Hawaii.
Morning, sir.
JB St. Nicholas, let me see, Bunker Menno with his Kahulu message. Zayt Taiminglu, Lori with a Y, Duenas. Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Real human being is online here this morning. I want
Did he
to say,
send you anything, man?
I'm going to check. I think he sent something in here a little bit earlier this morning. I'm not exactly sure where that is.
No.
B-Man Dennis Larson getting into the groove here. Send a picture of your pet's day, and he's got a picture of the dog and his beautiful intern. When is she coming back?
Kazuko.
What?
Is that her name?
Know.
I bet Dennis doesn't even know.
Ohio gozaimasu. That's just the standard greeting. So we got Bunker Menno, like I said, online. Tony and Annetta and Pingo Ada. Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada. And since John Muffness has been buying a whole bunch of ads around here, we're going to hear a whole lot more about Tony Ada. Nate Horn, Big Man Rico, Lori with a Y, Duena saying good buenas, Brennan Fausto. I got, let me see, Michelle Conceptions there. B-Man Dennis Larson online. Scott K. Armstrong, buenas, Zen Havadan. Remember, we're all strong because of Eric Chong. Jerome McDonald checking in from stateside. Says happy Thursday, Jackson.
Morning, Jermaine.
Never going to let me forget that.
Never.
Andy Terlahi and Keena McCausland from the other side of Route 5 up in the upper left-hand corner of the States. Johnny Mavnaz, not that one, the other one, saying happy Thursday, everybody. Ken Augustin is checking in. That's good. He's got all kinds of graphs he's thrown up on the screen. Andy Terlahi, with the picture of a dog with big ears and a Valentine like. Beautiful Sarita Garin online says, thank goodness it's Thursday. Joe Cruz. Joe Cruz is saying, please disperse. Nothing to see here. Just Ray's new haircut. Totally new wave. Pretend not to notice if you like it. K-bye. Mike Liguatya checking in from Delta Echo Pier.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Niner Whiskey Charlie.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Let me see. I got Ali Malakas saying good morning. Ray, Donna, Joe, Jerry, and everybody. Have a wonderful day. Watching from CCP.
Russia.
That's what I thought.
Is that Russia?
No, I think it's a golf course.
Yeah, you're
Country
right.
Club of the Pacific. I could be wrong. It's
Russia, Ipan, Russia.
Lori Dwayne just says, nice haircut, Ray. Thank you, baby.
See?
And Leslie San Nicolas. Buenas, and have an awesome and beautiful day. More from Anthony Bennett says, vote Vince Borja. Got to make sure she gets all the names in. Francis Duffy's there. Eunice Mendiola, Hafa Adeta F. Ramos, and Christine Oliver. That's the Christine Oliver. Andy Terlai says, let's deport the Chamorro criminals on the billboards to Bikini Island. Would that squash the thought of racism?
Dude, deport everybody.
Bro, I was eye rolling heavy.
It's a sign, right?
There were two press releases that come out of that senatorial office yesterday, and I was eye rolling on both of them. Hey, look, Steve Love's online. Steve Love enjoying a weird, wacky Wednesday with his friends.
What are you wearing, sir?
Over at the spot. It's not what he was wearing. It's where his eyes were going. Bill. Hey, Lana, Bill Friton's online. Thirsty Thursday.
Morning, Bill.
And Buenos. There's a Thirsty Thursday opportunity. He wouldn't say it himself, but very close friend or personal friend, tattoo Sean Gumatauto. He's got a fundraiser tonight.
It's tonight, yeah.
What does it say in the
It's
thing?
going
You have
down.
it? Applebee's, right?
Yeah, I've got the ticket, man.
Yeah.
Applebee's.
And the only reason why I'm plugging
6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
because otherwise I got to do it for all of the candidates. Is that he's already paid for my ticket.
Yeah, he gave me one too, man.
Right on. Let's go.
Are we going?
I don't know.
Together? Pick me up at 8.
What? No. No. I don't think so.
We got to work tomorrow. Sorry, Sean.
Dude, my car's dirty. Leah Beth Nahalawa is online here this morning. Johnny Atulai Taitano is there. Soon to be Senator Dave Duenas, Bennett, and half a day to, what's that? Ken Augustin says 7-Eleven. Hey, it's great to be alive another year. Oh, that's right. It is 7-Eleven, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. It is 7-Eleven.
Just a
Never
moment.
forget.
Just a moment here for one of my favorite memories of all time. And I don't often talk about relationships and things like that, but I ended up marrying the woman, and we had one of our
7-Eleven owner.
No.
Oh.
We had one of our first dates. Was it? See, it was one of those things. He was like, you want to go on a date? Yeah. And then all of a sudden there was, oh my God, the pressure of trying to figure out where to go on a date.
Slurpee.
Because there's a million different places where you can go. And I said, to tell you what, it'll be a surprise. Get in the car and
spared no expense.
Drove to the 7-Eleven.
Avail yourself.
You remember across from Ball Scratchers?
Yes, I remember Ball Scratch.
Went there. And I'm like, whatever you want. You can have whatever you want. was a beautiful evening, and as I said, despite that, she still said yes when I asked. Therese Uggan is online. Where's that? F. Ramos, don't forget to vote red in November. Replace Fisher with Tony Ada.
We found your replacement.
Frank Gunner Solis says, hey, Ray, some of the services have raised the age limit on recruiting due to not meeting quotas. They may waive haircut requirements too, LOL. Thanks, bud. Only if I can come in as a general. I swear to God, it would be.
Yeah, it's got to be general.
You got to take all of my vast years of experience and education and whatever and apply like credits, towards an honorary degree. That's the way it needs to be. So, Ray, if you'd like to join the Army, Marines are here. And they might be able to use a few good men. I can still close up a 5K in a decent time. I'm just saying, if you need something like that, I'd be happy to join up and help our brothers and sisters out in the Ukraine.
You watch Platoon?
Yes. Clear and Present. No. What was the movie? Uncommon Valor. Where they took all these old vets and put them back in country. Rico B says, Sino Tatamo, Frank Gunner Solis, we don't need rhinos in a Republican Party. Vote them out. The Tuxedo Cat's name is Oreo. Says Ismail Velez.
No,
Oreo.
Yeah.
Oreo the cat. Which one is this? I gotta check on names here. Okay, Ruel the Rooster Drilon. Sending a picture of his Cleo here this morning.
Yeah, Cleo needs to work out, bro.
I didn't realize that there were so many cat people around here.
Cleo's
Chris
a little thick.
This the way I like our cats, right?
What meow?
F. Ramos talking about the competition for us. This radio station has major Trump derangement syndrome. I know it's funny,
what competition?
Isn't it? Right, Johnson. Are they Pika's best?
What competition?
I've Bobby typed
Good morning.
We've got Army Lynn online. Beautiful Sarita. That's it. What do we got? The ladies, the balloon smugglers are all here now. B-Man Dennis Larson says, "Come check out Fair today over at the Hyatt." Oh my God, it's Fair? Really? Yeah. I did not get the memo on that. Normally we do like 18.
We were going to surprise you, Ray.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I got plans at lunchtime. Rob Greeno online saying hello to everybody. Leslie St. Nicholas says new changes, new leadership. Vote number 1, Leslie L.V. St. Nicholas for Asen Maina mayor. But you guys are going to get in a fight with Pika's best mayor, Jess Allen, over where Asen and Maina ends and where
for life, Holmes,
and where Petey begins. I think they're still fighting over that since the war.
Yeah.
Anyway, 6:35. Quick look before we get to news at who's hanging out with us on the YouTube side. Kitsitsu in Konas is there already retracting messages.
Stop that.
Tommy,
you cut it out.
Tommy Napati online. I got MP Ogo. There's Bel Marie Toves. Big man Rico Blancaflor. MP Ogo, like I said, says nice haircut, Ray. High and tight, just like you security guys. Auntie Bennett, Rico B, scrolling down to see if Joe Cruz is here. I think someone is drilling for oil outside the roof at Alupang Cove. We'll check. Francie Salas and Tattoo Sean Gumatau checking in from Telefofo, Sungi Marijuana Guam, and Bad Boy 671 Barbecue, Tammy Pangolin, et cetera, et cetera. We have not had a sighting of Tiggle Biddies in some time, have we not?
Yeah, no biddies.
We got to find a way to make ourselves that much more attractive.
A welfare check, maybe.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I mean, it's always one of those things. There's Tiggle Biddies, but then there's no profile picture to go along to determine whether or not Tig could be one of our balloon smugglers here. 6:36 in the morning, and we got to jump into news and headlines now. I hope you don't mind. With Norman, analyst. Norman, what's going on? What did I miss today?
Well, Hafa and good morning, Guam. I'm Norman Analista with a look at headlines on the point. A man accused of a fatal shooting in Telefofo over the weekend is being held in prison on a $500,000 cash bail within an hour of being charged with aggravated murder in connection to the death of Joshua Taitigui, whose body was found with a gunshot wound in Telefofo early Saturday morning. David Uncanco appeared in the Superior Court of Guam on Tuesday before Magistrate Judge Benjamin Season Jr. In other local news, a man on pretrial felony release who was found with methamphetamine reportedly asked the arresting officer, "Is this something we can handle on the side?" In addition to being charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, Adam Rebecca Bautista was also charged with attempted bribery. Both of the charges are third-degree felonies, and the drug charge includes a special notice of commission of a felony while on felony release. And finally, senators yesterday welcomed their colleagues from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands for the second General Assembly of the Mariana Islands Legislature Association. They plan to discuss matters related to transportation, labor, food, regional and border security, and healthcare. The intent of the three-day assembly is to gather leaders from Guam and the CNMI to recognize and discuss their commonalities in history, culture, community, and geopolitical presence. Those are your local headlines on The Point. Back to Ray.
You know, they're teasing us with the concept of unity. I think that's you know, in my mind, I'm wondering if this is if these are prelude steps that we take
a trap
before deciding that we are going
to trap, man.
Unify Guam with the rest of the CNMI, huh? And all kinds of dude. We could have gambling. We could have casino gambling. So I'm thinking that there needs to be some kind of negotiations and stuff like that. Okay, so like we'll get like Mog, and then you can have Fisher. You know what I mean?
Yes,
yeah, just,
I could.
We just begin all of the things that we want from the NMI, and then we'd get rid of all of the things that we don't want from around here, and we'd put them on one of the North Islands. We just take everybody.
That's a great idea.
I know,
man.
I know. It's but it's I don't know. It's like we'll give you Denancy in exchange for your ice keki factory, right? You know, just we gotta make
to bartering.
These exchanges
Look
that we're
at
going
us,
to
savages.
We're already getting there. We're already getting a bishop from there.
1,000 Chamorro warriors on your shores, Saipan. You beware.
You are in a frisky mood today, bro. All right, 6:39. Before I get started, I wanted to throw this out here because again, it is a massive deal. The stories that are floating around Pacific-wide, Asia, Indo-PACOM-wide about the new Archbishop, former migrant worker named as Archbishop of Guam. And this, where'd this story come from? Cath News, I think, which is short for Catholic News, writes, the vice president of the Federation of Catholic Bishops' Conferences of Oceania, Bishop Ryan Jimenez, has been appointed by Pope Francis to be the new Archbishop of Agana, Guam. Philippine-born Archbishop-elect Jimenez was, until now, the bishop of the Diocese of Chalancanoa. He was. We need to have a village named Chalancanoa around here. We had we had one up there.
We don't?
I don't think we do.
Wow.
And we have one here. For road, Canoa is what?
I don't know, man.
Jojo?
I'm not even from here.
Jojo? You know which Jojo I'm talking about? My Budweiser friend Jojo? What does the canoa in Chalancanoa mean? He's also president of CPAC, the Episcopal Conference of the Pacific, or Conferencia Episcopalis Pacifici, and vice president of the Federation of Catholic Bishops, Conferences of Oceania. So he's got his bona fides for sure. The Federation, made up of bishops, Archbishop-elect Jimenez, is also a consultant to the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, etc. In 1999, I wanted to get to the biography that shows his humble beginnings. The Archbishop-elect came as a migrant worker to the CNMI in 1995, where he taught at a Catholic school on the island of Lota. In 1999, he was accepted into the Diocese of Chalancanoa's seminary program, ordained in 2003. By 2010, he was appointed apostolic administrator of Chalancanoa, and 2016, he became its second bishop. This is let me go back in 1995, and by 2016, the guy became the second bishop they've got there. It's amazing. Since March of last year, the very Reverend Romeo Convocar has served as the apostolic administrator of the Archdiocese of Agana. He replaced Archbishop Michael Burns, and then it goes on to talk about all of the other things that we already know about him. But I did not know about this migrant worker thing. It just makes the story that much more.
So his skill was what, teaching?
Well, he moved into teaching. I don't know. We got to set that up next time we do the
interview. Yeah.
So I'm getting spoiled, though, because we're doing interviews with all these military people.
He's like a general, right?
Yeah. Well,
he just got promoted to general.
Do you suppose the Archbishop has a coin?
I hope he does.
The only reason why
probably ornate.
It's the only reason why we do interviews around here, so Joe and I can get coins.
Coins, man.
6:41 in the morning. Lisa Greeno online with the instructions for today. What are we looking at? Fun, informative, and productive day with The Point. I'll work on it. Thank you for the compliments on the haircut. AB online. I just wanted to let everybody know. TF is still a clown. Don't vote for grifters and liars. Thanks, buddy. I'm using initials now. I don't want to say the name, but I'm using initials. All right. So earlier I was talking about how everybody's starting to gang up on Joe Biden to get him out. Did you find me any Democrats that will talk to me?
Possibly later.
All right. So because
fingers crossed.
I read you yesterday bits and pieces of a letter that was written by 3 governors of the state of Hawaii to President Joe Biden, urging him to step down. You know, in the spirit of Inafa Malik. I don't think they have that in Hawaii, but whatever.
No,
aloha, the Aina of the Ohana, or whatever it is that they call it out there. But they 3 governors. So I was wondering out loud, if there are Democrats here on Guam that, number one, with their outsized ego, think they've got, I'll write, you know what, I'll straighten this out. I'll write a letter to Joe Biden and tell him to step down. But what are the thoughts of the Democrats of Guam when it comes to all of this? I know we don't have that much, skin in the hunt here when it comes to presidential national politics, but there are some people here that have some merit, some clout in the national Democratic scene. What are they saying about Joe Biden? Nancy Pelosi has reached out to Joe Biden, and she was hunted down by ABC reporter Rachel Scott after being asked if President Biden will be the Democratic nominee. She had kind of a little bit of a meltdown. Scott asked, do you believe that him waiting so long to make the decision? And Pelosi interrupted and says, look, I'm not making any comments in the hallway about the fate of our nation. And she asked, are you concerned whether or not he can win in November? To which she responded, yeah, I think he can win in November. And then Scott asked, do you think he should run for re-election? She says, am I speaking English? Am I speaking English to you? I'm not going to make any statements about any of that right now in the hallway, which is convincing evidence that the Democratic Party nationwide is beginning to disintegrate.
Do you think he should run in the Boston Marathon?
Right? Message retracted. 6:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. More like that on the way.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
What time for traffic? Just on screen right now, we've got F. Ramos has got a couple of furry friends and family in the house. On screen right now is a beautiful dog named Millie. And
Chamorro Shepherd.
Yeah. And I know what you're going to say, so I'm just going to stop you right now. He's apparently got a bird in the family as well that is tame enough to be let out of the cage every once in a while. Does it talk? Is always the question that I've gotten. You're more than welcome to send in your pictures.
An African gray parrot, Ray. Of course it talks.
Is it a gray?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they are among the best dancers. My mom.
I'm just guessing, bro.
Had an African gray.
Oh no.
Could
be a chicken.
They talk. Can I tell you the story about how?
Sure.
So my brother, when he'd come home, he'd pass by the bird cage and he'd train it on certain colorful words from the English language.
Oh, this is great.
Which it's funny when everybody else is around and the bird lets off with a blue streak and things like that. And then one day Dave had his church friends over. Yeah. That bird had to go in the garage for a while. 6:46 in the morning. All right, let me get the traffic thing up on the screen so we can see what's going on Guam's roadways here. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot because it's still fairly early. Tiny bit of traffic on the other side of the entranceway to Anderson Air Force Base, the Route 9 side. What exactly happens on Route 9? Have you ever gone kind of all the way around there? I did once by accident, but I don't know what the heck there is to look at. So we've got a little bit of traffic leading up to the front gate Anderson Air Force Base from that side. Otherwise, the rest of southbound Marine Corps Drive looking good right up until you get, looks like, to the front of intersection of 1 and 3. Let me zoom in on this. just real quick and see what the heck is going on. All right, it's just traffic. I thought maybe there was an accident. But we do have a little bit of traffic around 1 and 3, just a little bit of traffic on the other side of Marine Corps Drive and the Micronesia Mall, a little bit close to the hamburger joint. Southbound from there on Route 16, all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Looking okay. Looks like we've got a little bit more traffic on the Route 8 side, trying to get to that one good intersection in Teeds. And you know how it is. Once you pass the Chinese restaurant, everything is going to be okay. Southbound into the downtown Agutnia area, running smooth on Route 8. Route 4, just a tiny bit of intersection traffic. Hardly anything on Route 10 right now. And as I said, as we are fond of saying these days, we've got some traffic that's starting to build up around Barragata Heights, Vinny's, and that whole construction area. Downtown Agutnia, all the way to Big Navy and Sumai, it's looking pretty good. Drive to the conditions. There are some places where the roads might be wet here as a result of scattered showers and thunderstorms, so watch out for that. It's 6:48.
There are so many issues that I see happening for Guam, and I have so many ideas for how we might try a different path. I love my island, and I want to serve you. So read my plan at gingercruise.com, and I humbly ask for your vote. I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad.
What's up, party people? It's me, DJ Daryl Lazama. Throwback Part 2 this Saturday, July 13th at Club Zone. Relive the 70s, the 80s, and we can't forget about the 90s. Also, don't forget about the $2,500 cash drop and the groovy throwback t-shirt giveaways for the evening. Get your tickets at guamtime.net for $20 plus online fees because they are going fast. And there will be more at the door. Last day to buy will be July 12 online. Throwback Part 2 brought to you by the local Grindhouse in Barragata, Lolita Kamada, Papa Day Realty, 76 Circle K, BBG Automotive, Island Clothing, Bud Light, Sabrina for Senator, and the stations of choice broadcasters. Throwback Part 2 this Saturday at Club Zone. Be there or be square.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I swear we maybe want to just give him his own office here in the so he's got his office over at the ITC building, and then he can have an office here at the radio station.
I'll get it started.
Yeah, that way we don't have to go digging around and fishing for the Attorney General, who's on the line right now, 6:49, and I was going to leave him alone. And we had interesting conversation yesterday about Uncanco and those charges, etc. And then things started to get I started to get pings from the offices of Senator Tom Fisher. One of them is yesterday, Senator Taitagui was served with a writ of mandamus from the office of Attorney Rachel Adzudzu. Mandamus, a law remedy that allows a court to order government officials to perform their public duties. You will recall that during the session over at the legislature just a few days ago, he issued a FOIA to Senator Tello Taitagui, and Senator Tello Taitagui did exactly what I would have done with it. I looked at it, crumble it up, throw it in the trash. About the same thing that Chris Barnett did with a FOIA from this same senator. But his was a little bit more artful, as he used a finger and gently, like a cat, like Bugs, the cat here. This is Chris's cat, Bugs. Like Bugs would have flicked it off of the table. So I thought that was interesting, and I laughed to myself and rolled my eyes. And then there was another press release comes out of his place. Senator Tom Fisher supports the NASW Guam chapter's efforts to remove dehumanizing billboards. And the billboards that the NASW, I guess, and Tom Fisher are taking issue with are the Con Air inspired billboards, suggesting that certain people are eligible for deportation after they've ruined their welcome here on Guam. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, and I applaud Attorney General Doug Moylan for taking such an audacious step. Good morning, Doug. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray.
I don't even know where to begin in this line. I mean, I've heard, and people have come to me and said, "Well, don't you think that's racist?" And I'm like, "Well, no. I mean, if these are the people that are committing the crime and they're deportable, and by the nature of where they come from and the agreement with their countries and the United States of America, they're the only ones that can be included in this category. I don't know where racism falls in." When we start talking about these individuals and what ought to be done with them to make Guam a safer place.
First, Ray, ask that question to the crime victims, the 40 crime victims. Oh, I'm sorry. Some of them are dead right now. The 40 crime victims that resulted from those 40 people on that billboard, 10 victims. You know, and I asked that senator and this group of social workers that seems to come out and get triggered anytime that there's a problem on Guam that is hurting people. I thought social workers are supposed to help people. You know what I mean? And this is the line of the circus that's going on with like Tom Fisher and Taitagui and all these antics. We have to recalibrate ourselves as a community, focus on helping people, focus on protecting people that are hurt. That's the focus. Social workers are supposed to help people. They're not supposed to be advocating for the criminals out there. Since when is that part of their charter? And that's why when you look at that letter and I sent out the response, what exact part of your code of ethics endorses a social worker organization? I'm not saying all the social workers, because I think a lot of this is jaded by some political antic in there. But what part of your rules and ethics and code of conduct says that you speak out in favor of those people that are hurting, the same people that you're saying that you're trying to help? A lot of the people in the welfare system, including the non-U.S. citizens, are being hurt by those 40 up there. And you put your finger right on it. This is not a racist issue. There's a Filipino up there. There's several FSM. I think there's some Palauans in there. It's a category of individuals that are committing crimes. That's the focus. It's not the race. You know, these guys are trying to bait the community, trying to incite class warfare.
And there's nothing to it. I mean, it's funny that, you know, some of the points that you're making is has the NASW, has the Attorney Fisher, et cetera, reached out to any of the victims of the crimes that have been perpetrated by these people and asked them how they feel about having them in the neighborhood. You know, I read all of the magistrate reports that come out, and you know, you always get the very, very interesting ones. So and so over at Hemlani Apartments, or you know, wherever the hovel is these days, gets into a scrap with somebody and they destroy everything in the house. People are trying to live their lives, and they've got to deal with people that can't control their drunk, they can't control their drugs, they can't control themselves, and make life a living hell for not just the community of Guam, but I mean among their own community of folks that come out here looking for a better life, and yeah, there's a little bit handicapped getting started on things, but I've seen people be able to do some really, really incredible things with their life, despite the fact that they've got to share living space with a bunch of animals.
Right, and Ray, this is the Liberation Day month. This is that what it means to be a U.S. citizen. I always bring it back to that. We are United States citizens. We are people that deserve to have our limited resources. Our Chamorros, our Guamanians deserve those welfare benefits. These people, they're not only criminals, but they go straight to the public health and start tapping into that limited pot for our community. This is where the social workers tie in. You're supposed to be helping the U.S. citizens first above everybody else. That's what it means to be a U.S. citizen. You have liberties that are protected by the judges, by the senators, by the governor, the courts, you know, the attorney general. These guys, I don't know what universe these social workers are living in. I don't know where Tom Fisher is coming from, but I advocate throw Tom Fisher out of the legislature. That guy has caused more trouble to the People's Law Firm. He's representing criminal defendants. Where is that ethics that the legislature operates under, that he took an oath to protect the people of Guam, not to be going in the court and getting paid to go after the people of Guam's cases? So, you know, all this is on the table, but people have to see what's motivating these attacks on the AG's office. And we're going to continue to do that. You know, you're just making it worse for yourselves. Our billboards even more. Thanks a lot.
I was going to say, do you have any more? You can put one in my house. Cousin Ted online says all violent repeat offenders and criminals should be exiled from Guam, and that I think he's talking about all of them, not just anybody that is representative of any particular migrant crew out here. Jose Martinez, if any senator is openly displaying that he is in office only for his own personal grudges, it's the one who created the fissures. And Ana Delgado says there are too many activists complaining and not enough problem solvers. that we've got here on Guam. Is anybody drive around again about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and take a look at all of these people that are walking around, and I think that's a pretty good representative handful of all the different societies, cultures, and races that we've got living here on Guam. Where's the NASW helping all of those people out and getting them off the streets? Just kind of curious. 888-825-5657 and change. You were a former legal officer over at the legislature of Guam many years ago. Was Telo under any legal pressure to deal with Senator Fisher's FOIA request?
I was the attorney, along with Cruz at the time, that went into the courts and stopped the attack on the legislature under the speech or debate clause. It's the immunity, like we talked about with Trump, that the certain officers in the government have immunities. What Tom Fisher is doing, in my opinion, is a violation of the speech or debate clause. But even apart from the immunity that the senators, all of them enjoy, it's harassment, it's lawfare, it's this idea. What's his point? Why is he harassing another senator? Why don't you pass a bill that actually helps our community? Pass a bill that gets these guys off of Guam, helps the AG's office, fight the criminals, make us safer. This stupid sending over a yellow piece of paper to another senator during session, oh my God, who elected this guy into office? It's antics. It's wasting our taxpayer dollars watching these guys like a circus. And, I strongly feel that Telo is well within her rights. She should be filing an ethics complaint against Tom Fisher for harassing her while she's trying to serve the people of Guam in that session hall. Tom is just, he's off base. Something's wrong with that guy.
6:58 and change. Attorney General Doug Moreland, as I'm fond of saying, it's always a pleasure talking with you. I think we've got everybody sufficiently riled up to take us into a Thursday. With about a minute left in the program, what else? Who else are you triggering today? Is there anybody that
you got? The social workers. I got Tom Fisher. I've got it's in the morning, right? There's a lot more that we can do.
Right. I'll be looking out for press releases from you. Have a fantastic day. 888-825-88-TALK is the telephone number. On screen right now, I got pictures of a kid, and that looks like some kind of a cockerdoodle or something like that. It is a pet photo day, and just because
cockerdoodle,
I don't know what kind of this. It
could be.
I don't want to say anything because people are protective about their animals.
That's
if I
true.
misgender that dog, there could be trouble. So send in your pictures 797-8255. Maybe I'll create some kind of a reel on the real pets of the Ray Gibson Show familia here. I got a breakaway. Fox News Live coming up in a minute. On the other side of that, Norman and Alista will be in the studio. Take care of the 7:05 news. Jerry Roberts, the Drive Time King, will be in for the Extra Point. Might be able to take a look at what's going on in the market. And wow. I believe record territory again for the Japanese yen, 161.76. The last time it was as weak as it is right now, December of 1986. December of 1986. Think about that. It's 7. Here's the news.
President Biden plays defense. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. He has another network interview scheduled, and reportedly, top advisors will brief Senate Democrats tomorrow after a celebrity donor joined calls for a new nominee.
The case that George Clooney is making in this New York Times op-ed is based on a fundraiser that Clooney hosted where Barack Obama nudged President Biden off the stage. The White House told us was an out-of-context, cheap fake, but now Clooney writes, it's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3.5 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe big effing deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate.
Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House. Tomorrow, the president holds a news conference and remains focused for now on hosting a NATO summit.
All 32 NATO allies are pledging to increase their own domestic defense production.
This new pledge sends an unmistakable message to the world that every NATO member is committed to doing their part to keep the alliance strong.
President Biden warned Russia's defense industry is on a wartime footing and being helped by China, Iran, and North Korea.
We will not be surpassed, we cannot be surpassed by anyone when it comes to our readiness.
A growing number of NATO allies are also meeting defense spending targets, with 23 members expected to reach the 2% GDP goal this year.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. The House is set to vote on the Election Security Act.
The bill bars non-citizens from voting in elections. It also requires ID for people to vote. But Democrats say it is already illegal for non-citizens to cast ballots. They accuse the GOP of race-mongering as they try to tee up border security as a key issue this fall.
Fox's Chad Pergram on the Hill. Opponents also say the bill amounts to a poll tax that would force people to spend money to get the proper documents to vote. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His castle doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
A manhunt ends in Britain with a triple murder suspect in custody. 26-year-old Kyle Clifford, accused of using a crossbow to kill the wife and 2 adult daughters of a well-known BBC radio commentator, John Hunt. The BBC reporting that the suspect had served in the British Army briefly in 2022. He is being treated for unspecified injuries. Police do not think it was a random attack. A Senate panel hears next steps for rebuilding in Baltimore after a major bridge collapse.
Maryland Senator Democrat Ben Cardin says his state needs the help of Congress to build a new bridge.
We've lost literally millions of dollars of revenues already, and we're behind in the resources we would normally get.
The collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge after a ship crashed into it killed 6 people and created economic and traffic concerns with nationwide impacts.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill. Legislation in the works to help pay for a new bridge as officials also look to recover some reconstruction costs from the shipping company. Ringo Starr jumps on the country bandwagon.
The legendary Beatles drummer revealed he's coming out with a country music album and credits T-Bone Burnett, telling Fox News Digital that he bumped into him and told him he had some pop songs written, but said Burnett's song was obviously one of the most beautiful country songs he ever heard, and asked T-Bone if he had any more.
I'm going to ask him to do 3 more tracks, and I said, how many songs have you got? I said, 9. So I thought, let's make a real CD. So I'm back making a CD, Peace and Love.
Ringo turned 84 Sunday at his annual Peace and Love birthday celebration. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
A tech-driven rally on Wall Street. The Dow up 429 points. The S&P topping 5,600. Its 6th record close in a row, and it's 7 in a row now for the NASDAQ, topping 18,600. All 3 gaining more than 1%. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Do you or a loved one suffer from severe joint, muscle, or bone pain? Do you currently suffer from autoimmune conditions such as gout, lupus, or rheumatoid arthritis? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. GRMC is pleased to welcome Dr. Tirakanok, Guam's only rheumatology provider. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Hoffaday and good morning, Guam. It's 7:06 on Thursday, the 11th of July. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. Alternate public defender Peter J. Santos, on behalf of Talafofo murder suspect David Kitutsu Oncanco Jr., on Wednesday filed a motion seeking a complete dismissal of his client's alleged jewelry theft case. Oncanco in April was charged with 2 counts of retail theft as second-degree felonies and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony for allegedly stealing a gold coin worth over $3,000 from a pawn shop on March 22nd and items from Vince Jewelers worth over $24,000 on April 5th. Oncanco asserted his right to a speedy trial. On the day of the scheduled jury selection for his trial, acting chief prosecutor Gloria Lujan filed a motion to dismiss the case because further investigation was needed. Her motion to dismiss was without prejudice, meaning the same charges could be brought again in the future. Oncanco was then released. Less than a month later, he became the prime suspect in the murder of Joshua Taitigui. In other local news, a man found guilty of several counts of first and second degree criminal sexual conduct was sentenced to 25 years in prison. On Wednesday morning, Danny Vincent Rodriguez appeared in the Superior Court to be sentenced for 3 counts of first degree criminal sexual conduct and 8 counts of second degree criminal sexual conduct, which he was found guilty of during his trial in March. While the Office of the Attorney General sought for Rodriguez to be given the maximum sentence of life imprisonment for the charges, Rodriguez's attorney Curtis Vandeveld said a life sentence would be extreme punishment for the charges. According to court documents, Rodriguez was first charged in November 2020 after an 8-year-old girl accused Rodriguez of sexually assaulting her while he was massaging her back. Then in January 2021, Rodriguez was charged with more criminal sexual conduct offenses after a 12-year-old girl accused Rodriguez of sexually assaulting her since she was 6 years old. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift. Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Information about a plan to smuggle a firearm into prison led to a lockdown at the Department of Corrections Manila facility from last Friday to Tuesday, DOC Director Fred Bordalio says. After receiving that information on Friday, DOC went into lockdown mode and sought the help of the Guam Police Department as well as its federal law enforcement partners. Bordalio credited his staff for their vigilance, with several corrections officers reporting to work on their day off. They joined the Parole Services Division plus GPD and federal officers to sweep the prison during lockdown. On Saturday, DOC officers noted a vehicle entering DOC from the main entrance. They noticed that contraband was thrown over the fence, and they followed the vehicle as it exited DOC. And finally, the War in the Pacific National Historical Park will host several events during the 80th Liberation Weekend on July 19th to the 22nd, the centerpiece of which will be a Liberation pennant, flag, and light display. Residents are invited to check out the display titled Flags of Peace Commemorating World War II's Fallen with a Message of Unity, which will be available for viewing day and night throughout the weekend. The display serves as a tribute to the courageous individuals who fought for Guam's liberation. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I got you 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Before we do that, are there any entrepreneurs listening? Are there any business people listening looking for the next big business venture that you might want to try out? I would suggest, if you are, go to AmericanRounds.com on the World Wide Web. You familiar with American Rounds?
Never heard of it.
American Rounds is the company that has developed a vending machine so that people can buy ammunition.
Oh,
ammo. Yes,
okay.
Yeah, they're all over the place. They got them in Alabama, and there's Tuscaloosa and Oklahoma, and that I know of. We don't have one of these things here on Guam, but wouldn't that be awesome if you could just, like, it's range day and you forgot to go to Bargain Tactical or something like that, and all you got is the real heavy ones, the hollow points. You know, you don't necessarily want to use those at range. Yeah, they have real
metal jacket.
Yeah, full metal jacket. I mean, You don't want it to. You just want some pew pew, right? You're looking for some pew pew.
7.62.
So you go over to someplace like I don't know. I think we ought to have these at 76 Circle K's if you ask me. Just a vending machine. You don't even have to be inside. Doesn't even have to be inside. We'll put the thing outside. They're friendly. They're convenient. You know, they're secure. It will do. It will scan your ID.
Your firearms ID.
Your firearms ID.
Okay,
and obviously, you know, it's a credit card or something transaction,
Well,
right?
there you
So we know where to find you. The smart retail automated ammo dispensers have built-in AI technology, card scanning capabilities, and facial recognition software. Each piece of software works together to verify the buyer's age and that the person using the machine matches the identification scanned.
Firearms next, Ray.
Dude, be able
Firearms.
to just get my 9. I'll put him the credit card, get the Glocks and all of that. It's a little case, right? It'd be fun. But you know, as you can imagine, this has all of the gun control people's hair on fire, which is why I think we need to have one of these things out here, right? I just you know, have them in every place where it's got like an off sale permit for like booze. We ought to be able to have like an off sale permit for these ammunition devices. AmericanRounds.com on the World Wide Web. 7:13 in the morning. Is there going to be weather? Yeah, you stuck your head outside during the news. I stuck my head outside during the news, and it's rainy, a little soggy this morning. Partly sunny if the scattered showers and thunderstorms move off. Daytime highs today, maybe 87 degrees. With a heat index, they're still predicting a warm one, about 96 degrees for today. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast for tonight. The forecast for tomorrow. And in case you need to be reminded, tomorrow is Friday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast then as well. Partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. So basically a repeat of what we're getting today. Saturday, partly sunny with highs near 89 degrees. Partly cloudy on Saturday night. With a heat index, as I said, 96 over the next couple of days. 40% chance of rain. Rip current warnings are in effect. Jeff from Pirates Cove sent over some pictures of the jellyfish. So be careful. We got man-o-war out there. The kids will want to play with them with a stick. But don't let them do that because that will put the hurt on the kids. Sunset tonight going to be at 6:52 or so. Hashtag tell the others. News and weather together right here on The Point.
BK Melts are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule.
Introducing GTA Fiber, bringing fiber connection all the way to your home. Now you can get lightning fast speeds of up to 1 gig. That's 1,000 Mbps. With 1 gig high-speed internet, you can now enjoy lightning fast downloads and uploads that will leave you amazed. Seamless streaming of your favorite movies, shows, and music. Lag-free gaming. Effortless connectivity for all your devices, ensuring everyone in your household stays connected. Plus, you get our next-gen Plume Wi-Fi, built on Guam's most reliable network. Visit GTA.net to see if fiber is available in your area. GTA Fiber. Nothing beats fiber.
Thank you very much. 7:15. It's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the team over at Guam Regional Medical City. 9 years they've been running around. They got a big deal that's going to be coming up at, I believe, the mall. More details on that around the corner. Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I'm just watching this video presentation where they're actually showing a guy sticking his cards in the machine, getting his face verified, all that, and being able to select from a variety of different ammunition rounds and being able to pull them right out of the machine. Absolutely significant technology, and we need to have some of that here. Oh, look, they have Taki there too. This where's that? Oklahoma or someplace? Did you see it? They had the Taki chips in there. I giggle every time I see a bag of that stuff. Anyway, 888-825-5888-TALK. Couple of announcements before we go anywhere else that needs to get done. Valves need to get replaced in the beautiful village of Barragada, and so The waterworks folks are saying they're going to need to do some work today, starting at 9, maybe going until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Happy mark to the Summer Breeze apartments and surrounding areas are going to be without water at that time. Now, I also got word of an emergency outage that is taking place right now. I haven't opened up the email. Let me do that while I'm talking to you on the radio about all of that. 888-8255-888-TALK. There it is. GWA announcing an emergency water outage, maybe until noon. Cruz making repairs on a main line in Agutnia. And, as big as Agutnia is, they're not narrowing this down. They're saying just Agutnia and surrounding areas. So a couple of things that you need to worry about. Who's on the phone?
It's not a big deal, Ray.
What's that?
I'd rather have Wi-Fi than any of that power.
Oh, amen to that. Amen.
Water.
No, I'm with you completely. Anyway, 7:17 in the morning. No way, Peter Santos is on the phone?
Yes.
No, let me bring him in, and by way of welcoming him to the program, he sent me. Oh, that's not his. Peter, did you send me a picture of an animal? It's Pet Photo Day.
Did.
You did?
Yeah, I sure did. I sent you a picture of a really awesome attack dog.
Wait a second, I gotta. I think I've got it. Is it this one here with the
here
like a hot
go.
dog? Yep.
It's a Dachshund.
It's some kind of a Dachshund dog, and he's calling it Dougie Moylan. Okay, thanks, Peter. What's on your mind?
Well, I just love it when Doug throws barbs out there. He says, the reason why Tom Fisher is defending criminals. Well, that's what he did for 30 years. And I FOIA'd the court, Ray, and Doug seems to be a selective memory hypocrite because for 5 years in a row, Doug took the most money from the taxpayers for defending criminals. And he never went to court. He maxed out all of his appointments.
Are you telling me he had dirtbag criminal clients as well, like you?
Yes, but see, I work for the APD. He did it as a private attorney with the motive of money.
Oh, you got to pay off that. You got to pay off.
Object, Your Honor.
Badgering the witness.
Yeah. So for him to turn around and say that, right? It's hypocritical. It's very hypocritical for him to say that when he's the guy who.
So lawyers. I want to get this right. So lawyers have to pick the side that they're on. I'm either going to defend dirtbag criminals, or I'm going to help prosecute them and put them away. You cannot mix the two of them together because we'll run into some kind of a moral affront. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm telling you that when he was doing defense work, he took all the money, maxed out all the billings when no other lawyers on Guam ever did that. And for 5 years in a row, he was the top money getter, and he never went to trial.
Huh. I'm sure I don't know what to do
top
with
money getter.
that revelation here. So you're telling me we got to crucify the guy because he did a good job and made a lot of money at it.
No, he didn't do a good job. He
made the most money. That's isn't that the object of the game?
Well,
why'd you get in the law business?
The system. He gamed the system, Ray, is what he did. Unethically, it's unethical for you to take money for work you didn't do.
Well, is there the same ethical challenge when somebody asserts their right to a speedy trial even though they don't need it?
No, that's a constitutional right, Ray. It's a different thing. But
understanding that it's a way to game the system, frankly, I've seen nothing but gamesmanship from among the crooks in this town and their dirtbag lawyers that get them out from under justice time and time again.
Well, Ray, it's a matter of the caliber of the lawyers. If your prosecutors are fresh out of law school and still wet behind the ears, then you're going to get what you're going to get, right? And that's the other thing. He's still fleecing the government and the people of Guam because he's doing the only comparable bad performance that he's doing is himself when he was AG the first time. And so the government of Guam and the people of Guam are losing millions of dollars a year on this joker who can't do his job.
Let's bring in a new joker. And disclose your time, Peter Santos. You have revealed that you will be running for Attorney General in 2 years.
Yes, and my motivation, Ray, is just
he's going to get all the money, Ray.
People of Guam deserve better. People of Guam deserve better, and they definitely don't deserve to have people dying out there because of incompetent AG's office.
All right, Peter, appreciate your time. See you soon, buddy. 888-8255, 888-T.
You're arguing with an attorney, Ray.
Shane says, did you just call Peter a dirtbag lawyer on the air? No, I asked him if he was a dirtbag lawyer.
It was a question.
Yeah, in the form of a
God.
question. Oh, my God. Yeah, OMG is right. See, completely derailed me.
Wowzers.
I actually had a plan for this portion of the program, but I found myself completely derailed. We like to do a lot of businessy and finance stuff around this time, so I wanted to make sure that everybody that tunes in specifically for that is aware that the Guam Chamber of Commerce will be hosting a Democrat Congressional Forum. This will take place July 31st, just mere days away from the primary election and this is the big race, obviously. I'm a little bit disappointed that it's not an entire everybody in a congressional forum. I'd like to see Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan along with them, but understanding that the real he's running unopposed, but understanding the real battle now is among the three Democrats that are involved in the race: Ginger Cruz, Amanda Shelton, and Mike Sinicolas. And so if you get a hold of Catherine over at the chamber and ask them about it. It's be July 31st, Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. The forum will feature the Democratic candidates who are vying for a seat at the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C. and representing our islands. They have all been invited to participate. I don't know that all three of them are going to be there. And if
She's going to call next hour.
Kat's going to call?
Yes,
all right,
sir.
so the question I've got here is which one of you sent out the hit piece on Ginger's husband? Inquiring minds want to know about that. Which one of you guys authorized? Is this the same kind of nonsense that you guys tried with Rodriguez years ago?
That was a green light. Right?
Where they've got these political mercenaries in the Philippines, and they hire them to do political dirty work here on Guam,
shadow ops,
so that it won't go back to whoever it is that's making the call and making the payments. But which one of you greenlit that hit on Ginger's husband? Everybody wants to know. 7:23 in the morning. Quick look at what's going on in the markets. Let's see where it was. And as I said, the big deal here might not have anything to do with where the markets ended up as much as it is, in my mind, the continuing meltdown on the Japanese yen, 161.76. It has not been this low since 1986. You can take a look at the history books, and it was hovering around 163 back then, and we're not that far away from it today. It's 724. Dow Jones Industrial Average. Wow, is this record territory? Might be up 429 points. I got the Nasdaq up by 218, and the S&P 500 closing at 5633. That's 56.93 points that they are green in. The FTSE is up by 53. Nikkei picked up 251. Chinese markets are down. Hang Seng drifting down 51.56. Shanghai off by 20. And let me see, the DAX is up by 171 points. Big winners on the S&P. Insight, Corning Incorporated. You know what? I know that they do all kinds of gee-whiz, high-tech stuff over at Corning, but when I think of Corning, I think about the dishware in my grandmother's house. You know, it's the dish. You throw them on the ground, they won't break. I mean, it's magic. Wow. Forever. Tesla is at number 3. Warner Brothers and Paramount round out the top 4. It must be headed towards summer kickoff time, right? What's a big movie? There's a new Ryan Reynolds.
Wolverine.
Him and Wolverine. Deadpool
versus
and Wolverine. Okay, so listen to Shawnee over on 101, and she'll give you details on how you might be able to go and watch that show. On the commodities, gold at $2,377.90. That's up by $10 here today. And these guys have been hovering in record territory as well. West Texas crude at $82.41 a barrel, up by a dime from when I got to work this morning, and up by a little bit more than a dime. It was $81.59 in trade yesterday. Tappas numbers are still frozen. The last thing I got is $86. So it will be a complete and total mystery trying to watch what happens with gas prices here on Guam until the markets begin doing their reporting again. As I said, the yen at 161.76. We might as well be calling it 162. Why are you still here? Why have you not gotten on an airplane? Call Sam Shinair and get yourself on a Haneda jump and get out there and do your Christmas shopping. You need to get dressed up for the pink ball. Go and buy a new gown in Tokyo. You can't beat that exchange rate, right? Philippine peso, likewise, 58.27 is where they end up today. And perfect time to start talking about maybe getting some health care done and doing some high-quality shopping and dining over in Bonifacio Global City. They've got the Healthy Getaway Summer Program. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. At 58.27 pesos to the dollar, you're going to get a whole lot more than just a healthy getaway. South Korean won at 1,383, very narrow trading range that they have been existing in. Real Joe, what's the Bitcoin number?
57,360.
All right, so we're still well under $60,000.
Floundering.
Is it what?
Floundering.
Floundering is the name. But like certain senators in the in the re-election campaigns that we're starting to march here this morning. All right. I think that might be all the information that I can pass along there. How are you doing with your savings? Well, we need to talk about this. If you are in that weird border between baby boomers and Gen X, you really need to start thinking about your retirement. They say that Gen Xers have not done a very good job of socking money away. Yeah. Because everything. I mean, they're right there in middle class and middle demographic here, and they're the ones that are apparently doing spending all of their disposable income. I know because I invented the concept. Jerry Roberts is in the studio. 7:27 must be time for the extra point.
You got dangerously close to a pair of scissors.
I did. I saw Ashley Haircut, and Ashley Haircut gave me one.
Very nice.
So it was the choice of I can do one of these high and tight military general style haircuts, Ray, or we're doing the Jerry Roberts.
I could, something.
Real Joe.
If you really had the courage,
I'm still holding on.
I would come in here with a pair of electronic things. I would take you to the happy hunting grounds.
I would do it for charity.
Okay, so here's the deal.
I've done it for charity, actually.
How much would it take?
Oh yeah. We would need to raise significant dollars.
$50?
But get out of here with that.
100?
Terrible businessman. Jerry Roberts is in the studio now with
I think I can get $500 if I can.
We need more zeros behind that. We need more decimals. I've raised a whole lot more money than that.
I could tell
shaving my head.
See, I said courage, right? No courage.
I'll find the pictures. It's the Extra Point brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Jerry.
Thank you. Well, growing up, I remember being told by my elders two sentiments that seemed to be pretty much the same, but, well, I guess different. One was, Jerry, you got to be smart about things if you want to get ahead. And the other was, Jerry, if you want to get anywhere in life, don't be stupid. Well, which was it? Which one was it? Do I want to be smart or simply avoid being stupid? Today we consider our options. That's coming next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Mark Twain isn't just known for his celebrated books like Huck Finn and The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. He's also one of the most quotable figures in American history. If anyone ever told you to never let your schooling interfere with your education, then you have been quoted Twain. Concise and clever, Twain quotes were basically 19th century memes, I think you'd say. They're so easy to spread that it can be easy to forget just how much wisdom that Twain managed to pack into such an irresistible little bundle of words. Take, for example, another of his famous quotes, which was, I think I recently caught this. It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. Ponder that for a moment. It's funny, but both science and super achievers say it actually contains some of the best advice on how to make yourself instantly smarter. In fact, what Twain was saying is backed by serious science. Back in the late 1990s, two psychologists, Dunning-Kruger and David Dunning, measured a group of participants in a research project, noting their self-evaluations on a range of abilities. The same pattern appeared again and again. Those that were actually poorest at whatever was being tested rated themselves the most highly, while actual high performers were much more modest about their own abilities. From that came the now famous Dunning-Kruger effect. Yes, showing that the more ignorant and incompetent among us are often the most self-confident, while genuine experts wrestle with self-doubt. According to David Dunning, the real lesson is that all of us should be more humble about what we think we know. We're all victims of the Dunning-Kruger effect at times. Somebody who bought into this was the late Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett's right-hand man at Berkshire Hathaway. He said this, "It is remarkable how much long-term advantage people like us have gotten by trying to be consistently not stupid instead of trying to be very intelligent." Buffett and Munger followed that concept for decades, buying and selling huge amounts of stock and amassing an incredible fortune. Trying to avoid believing things that aren't true, also known as trying not to be stupid, will often get you as much further in life and business than trying to be exceptionally clever. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos goes along with this philosophy and has talked about how intellectual humility, got that term? Intellectual humility is one of the key traits he looks for when hiring somebody. Interesting thought there. If I had to guess, I think the majority of Guam employers would rather hire people who are careful in their decision-making, even if it means they don't often come up with the big idea that someone else might. He or she may also not stumble and fumble something that's important due to their overconfidence. Experienced investors will tell you that they mostly made their money through a series of careful moves and not taking wild chances, while they racked up most of their losses by being careless just a few times. Overall, this fundamental concept seems to be one that deserves consideration. Maybe we should all spend less time trying to show the world how smart we are and focus more on just not being stupid. To all the people running for office this year, this could be some good advice for you as well, and not something to think about only during your campaign. If you're so fortunate as to be chosen by Guam's electorate to serve, try to remember this during your term. Don't try to impress us with how smart you are. Instead, impress us with how dumb you're not. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
That's going to have people scratching their heads all day. Which one am I? Where do I fall in that spectrum? I mean, the concept of intellectual humility, and that needs to be balanced by a little bit of intellectual confidence. Sometimes you need to feel that you are the smartest guy in the room. But is that going to make...
But when you think you're the smartest guy in the room, does that actually make you the...
That's usually when I step deep into a puddle. That is, but both feet right up to the knees. That's usually when I step into a puddle. And unfortunately, I've got a 4-hour talk radio show, which means I risk stepping into puddles all the time. It's 7:35 in the morning. Jerry Roberts with an incredible extra point. That's why I call him the drive time genius. Time to jump into news and headlines right about now. Norman Annalisa standing by with that. It's being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. Hope you enjoyed the I Love Love Whopper Wednesday yesterday. And if you're looking for another excuse to get there, mozzarella fries, right? We got that kind of thing for you. Free kids tickets at BK King for the Super American Circus, a brand new summer show that started just the other day. So make sure that you take the kids and go take a look at all of that. It's also being brought to you by Pika's Best Realty of 2023, and they want to be Pika's Best Realty for 2024. Humbly asking for your nomination in Pika's Best arrest. That's Hafa Day Realty. Call them at 588-4232. Now, it's Norman with headlines on The Point.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. I'm Norman Analista with a look at headlines on The Point. Senators passed Senator Chris Barnett's Bill 239-37 yesterday, which seeks to impose quantity-based sentencing for crystal methamphetamine and fentanyl convictions. The bill's intent was that the more drugs peddled, the longer the sentence should be, with the minimum prison term set at a mandatory 25 years. In other local news, Joseph Kititsu Taimanglo II, also known as Baby Joe Taimanglo, has a trial date reserved for July 17th, while his brother and co-defendant Kelly Jean Maano Taimanglo may seek a deferred family violence plea. The brothers appeared in front of Superior Court of Guam Judge Maria T. Senzon for a pretrial conference for a case that stems from incidents in early 2022 and 23. Joseph Taimanglo is charged with terrorizing as a third-degree felony with notice of commission of a felony while on felony release and assault as a misdemeanor. Kelly Taimanglo is charged with 2 counts of family violence as a misdemeanor and 1 count of resisting arrest as a misdemeanor. And finally, Guam Regional Medical City is commemorating its 9th anniversary throughout July with a series of events designed to celebrate with its employees and the local community. The celebrations will culminate with a health fair at the Micronesia Mall on July 27th from 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, offering free vital screenings, opportunities to meet healthcare providers, and raffle prizes. Those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, thanks very much. 7:37 in the morning. And yeah, this is an interesting story. A man on pretrial felony release charged with drug possession. And if he wasn't in enough trouble, he also tried to bribe the police officers that were conducting the arrest. More on that in just a little bit. It's 7:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll check in on traffic in just a sec.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
You know, life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific, with more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs. We can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you by the guys over at Beyond the Box at Micronesia Mall, first floor. You are looking for some significant technology. They are all about that, ladies and gentlemen. You need a new phone? They got the phones. You need new iPads? They got the iPads. Do you need all of the gadgets and gizmos to keep all of those things charged and then working at their optimal efficiency? They've got that as well. They just something that make your life a little bit easier. So, you know, everybody got a laptop computer or something like that, and it's never at the right angle. So they've got these laptop holders that you can put on the desk, and it will hold the keyboard and the monitor at the perfect viewing height, the perfect viewing angle. Find out more Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. It's going to be hot today. They say with a heat index could get up around, 96 degrees. So when it does get that warm, go cool yourself off with the Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Combine the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries, and transport your senses to a cool summertime memory with a smooth and creamy treat, the Triple Berry Frosty at Wendy's. Hi, on screen right now, Thor Odinson Roberto Lujan enjoying the waters just off Tumon Bay. I know I've seen that dog running around there. Thank you so much. Pet Photo Day, and if you got a great shot of you and your pet, or maybe just your pet, then by all means, 797-8255, go ahead and send it in. Have you noticed all of the cats look like they're guilty of something?
Yeah, for sure.
They've all got this look like I'm about to do something, or I'm really embarrassed about something that I did that you will find out about a little bit later on. You know, my personal favorite is when my cat's running around, and it just gives me this kind of look like, I've left a dead lizard somewhere for you, and I can hardly wait till you find it.
That's a message.
And they're all like those little skanks. I mean, skinks or whatever they are.
Dude.
They stink when you leave them out too long.
They do.
And they just sit around and go, where is that
Rotting
smell?
bodies.
Yes, and the cat's just running around like, I did it. I'm not going to tell you where I put it either. 20 away from the top of the hour. And a quick look at what's happening on the roadways right about now. Let me just see if I can refresh this screen and find some real traffic for you. All up around the Dededo area. Still busy as you're trying to make your way into Anderson Air Force Base. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, just as you're getting into Dededo by Pau Pau and into Waisengsong, you will run into heavier traffic there. And it's going to be stop and go all the way to the Micronesia Mall. We get traffic over on the, in between Harmon Loop and 1 and 3. A lot of traffic on 3 trying to get to Marine Corps Drive, and as I said, you'll hit some more traffic over by the Micronesia Mall intersection. Starting to busy up over by Rev and Tax and around Barragata Heights area. Should clear up by the time you pass Vinny's. On the way to Happy Mart, maybe a little bit of extra traffic through there. Looking to see if there's anything else that you need to worry about. Route 4, dogging out traffic in the usual spots. Sorry, Route 8, dogging out traffic. Route 4, we've got some of the slowdowns up around Ordot and Sinahanya. Looking at the morning traffic, looking to see if we've got something coming off of Route 10 Alpha onto Marine Corps Drive. We've got a little bit of traffic there. It's heavier than normal for right now. A little bit of traffic over at the ITC building, but things ought to clear up before you know it. And get ready for traffic headaches this afternoon. 7:42. You're right now. Traffic here on The Point.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Wait, I'm looking to see if I've sent myself anything for the meme machine. Got all kinds of great pictures of you and your beautiful pets. Like I said, keep sending those things in here. I've got a couple of memes that I wanted to share with the listeners. You've seen this. If you've spent any time on social media, you've seen this picture, and it was posted. I had to laugh because somebody asked where this was. It's an interesting picture. Where is it?
Where's your house, Ray?
That's Guam. There's a picture of
Where's
Guam.
your house?
There it
is.
My house
It's right
is.
there.
It's not really in the shot.
I see it.
The area where my
bridge.
grandfather grew up is in the picture. You can make out the smokestack of the electric plant in Agania all of those years ago, and Daddy didn't live too far away from that as he was growing up. But it's an interesting picture to see that all of the original roads that we had back in those days are still there. There was a Route 1, and you can see where it links up with Route 8. That has always been there, getting up to the MTM area, and you can also make out a little bit of Route 4 and what is now O'Brien Drive along the cliffside. Great picture. A lot of people say, no, that can't be Guam. There's no Paseo. There's a little bit of Paseo.
Yeah.
After the war, all of the everything that you see and all of the debris was bulldozed into the lagoon, and that created the Paseo that we know today. Anyway, it's a great picture, and hope you have a good time magnifying that and looking to see if you can make out where your friends and family were from. 7:44 in the morning. Would you like your children to become martial arts experts? Or just know enough to be able to stand up to a bully, a little bit of self-confidence and self-control. Mount Carmel School is registering new students, and to make you even more interested in sending your kids down to that beautiful campus, MMA champ Brandon Vera has joined the MCS facility. They've got a new dojo that he and a couple of friends are going to be building, and you can get your kids registered today. This is going to be for everybody. It's not just, like an elective. Everybody's going to get to go and learn a thing or two about defending themselves and defeating the sneaks and all of that. 565-512 828. And you might be going, yeah, but I live way up north there. I can't get the kid down to Agate for school. Yeah, you can. They got buses. Island-wide busing available for students at MCS.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
A flurry of press releases coming out of the senatorial offices yesterday, and this, never mind the two that made me roll my eyes, but this one here, this is the kind of press release I want to see all the time. A Barnett bill passes as senators support stronger sentences for poison pushers. Bill 239 passed during legislative session Wednesday with 13 votes. Chris Barnett says Suduis Maasi to the senators who supported sending this strong message to the pushers poisoning our paradise. I'm hoping Adeloop helps us answer our people's prayers for more action on meth and fentanyl by signing Bill 239 into law. Another quote here, he says, we've seen several fentanyl deaths recently and over 30 deaths related to meth overdoses. This blood is on the hands of the drug dealers. I'm grateful the 37th legislature stood strong to say enough is enough, and I'm hoping Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration stands with us. We demand more action from our government because we should all refuse to accept the ripples of destruction that every gram of meth sold on our island brings in its wake. Meth and fentanyl are destroying our families. It is our responsibility as leaders to do something about it. Thank you very much, Chris Barnett. And likewise, I hope that Adeloop signs this the second it hits their desk. And not just that, but I also hope that they provide all the tools, the technology, and the resources that are going to be needed to incarcerate these individuals over the long term. Maybe a new correctional facility, a new prison, and maybe some new spaces for these guys to hang out while they await the end of their sentences. What I hated getting was these press releases here aimed at supporting NASW chapter to remove the dehumanizing billboards. While purportedly aimed at deterring crime, these billboards have regrettably exacerbated tensions, fostered resignation, capitalized on shame and indignity, perpetrating a cycle of negativity in our community. You know what? If they're convicted of doing awful things in this town, why not shame and indignity? Why would you hold your head up after having beaten up relatives or getting involved in drugs or driving drunk with kids in the back? All of those things that would render you qualified for deportation. Where have you earned a dignity in all of that? So I don't know. There's another one about a statement from Senator Tom Fisher, who says, as senators, we don't just write laws, we need to follow them. He's all ticked off at Tello Taitagui. It is deeply troubling, he says, that Senator Taitagui refused to comply with a lawful request for public records, especially those pertinent to her official duties and testimony.
She's great, man. She's amazing, man.
Wow. Hey, tell it to Tello. This is cool. Did you crumple this up and throw it away too when you got it?
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, everyone at The Point. Thanks for having me on this morning. And yeah, it's these things that hit your way when you try to expose individuals, that loss of people's trust. I always bring that up, and I don't turn a blind eye. And some people say I won't even close my eyes to the fact that there are people who are being disruptive and does nothing to make this island a better and safer place. As you can see, their voting record. They don't believe that, deportation of pedophiles, which are a continued repeated offense by the same people, that we're supposed to keep them on this island. The FSM, the compact impact, it strictly says that you don't have a job. If you're convicted of any felony or that you're to be deported. It's part of the agreement. And Governor Calvo, when he started that up, he started seeing less crime coming from the FSM because they were afraid of being deported. And if that's what it takes, heavier fines that Senator Barnett that passed, I thought that was a great idea. And one person voted no against it. When all the other jurisdictions and states, fines and penalties are in the millions now.
Wait, somebody voted against it? I thought it was unanimous. I thought it was just a couple of absences.
Oh, no.
Who voted against it?
No.
What?
Sure, of course.
He voted no on a measure that would apply more penalties, a significantly severe penalty for drug pushers?
Yep. Look at the record.
Wowzers. Stunned. Absolutely stunning.
Yes. Gosh, you're making me second guess
But
myself.
now he wants to go after the vape people.
Oh, wait. I have it right here. Oh. What bill number is it again?
297, I think.
Yep, 297. I keep all my records here. 297.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry, 239. 239 was the measure.
239, yes. 1 no. Tom Fisher. 13 yeses, 1 excused, 1 no. And that was Tom Fisher. And, it boggles me because here's a guy that supposedly ran on, taking down criminals and methamphetamine and going after those drug dealers for meth. And here's a bill that just mirrors some of the other jurisdictions in the U.S. that have raised these fines to millions.
What else are we supposed to do? What else are we supposed to do other than incarcerate them? I mean, that's the source, literally the source of virtually every single problem that we've got here on Guam. All you got to do is take a look at the magistrate reports, and I guarantee that while methamphetamine might not be mentioned in some of these, especially the family violence cases, trust me, it's a part of it. You talk to anybody over at the Attorney General's office in terms of prosecution, they will tell you that crystal methamphetamine is the culprit behind virtually every single crime that they've got to go after. And if we start locking up these pushers here, I think we've got a better handle on being able to take care of the problem and assist the people, their victims. And it's not just the victims of crime, it's the victims of these pushers that, first time, second time out on crystal methamphetamine, they're hooked for life.
Yeah, and then now we got fentanyl to deal with. Fentanyl can actually be armed by these drug dealers, for our police department going after them. I mean, it's scary for them to have to do any kind of search. Any of that get on your skin, enough of that get on their skin, they can go into seizure and potentially die. I mean, that's why they have all those
Narcans and things. Yeah,
the Narcans going on. So now we're not only dealing with meth, but we have to deal with fentanyl. And you saw DOC, the acting warden of DOC, mentioning, "Hey, everyone, just to let you know, drug dealers out there or people who are addicts, this is being laced with fentanyl, even in cigarettes. Even in cigarettes. It's one of the scariest things right now that we have to deal with. And what are we doing? Nothing. I mean, we all voted for it. Fisher did not. I don't know why. Why don't you bring him on the show and ask him why?
He thinks I'm a bully.
God, if anyone's a big bully, it's him. And so that guy is just, I don't know what is going through his head.
Well,
it's ironic.
Let's talk about successes, though. Did you have any measures that came out of third reading, got voted on, and headed to the governor's desk?
No, but bills that I supported did. So I was really happy about that. Of course, we wanted to put amendments in some of these crazy bills that were put through. Some of them didn't even get a chance to have a full discussion on the floor because somebody called call for the question and didn't even allow the majority of us. Only 2 people got to speak on Bill 175, too.
The Chris's bill.
And that's it. Yeah. We didn't even have a chance. We had amendments in there that we wanted to put in. It wasn't fair. The process was not there. And here Chris Duenas was saying, oh, well, I'm taking this out of committee. It might be improperly done taking out of committee, but this is a place to have the debate on the floor. We
Correct.
Debate this floor, and he supported just killing it. No discussion, moving forward. It's just really a sad day for that bill. And then the other bill, of course.
The other one on the shrine, the NAFTA. Did we finally get to ground on that? Is it going to be 5 acres or is it going to be 100?
Well, it's going to be 5, thank goodness, but there's going to be a lot of oversights. I'm hoping that the speaker has an oversight at Chamorro Land Trust, because here we've been trying to clean up Chamorro Land Trust for how many umpteen years. We got that whole Barragata Heights situation that happened, and now we're trying to make sure that our T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. And here we have an acting director signing on a map for 14 acres when the law clearly says no more than 5. Why are you 5? I mean, this is prime property, in the millions, prime property.
Oh, can you imagine an acre of view property up there, and just using that? I mean, it's traded for someplace where we can put homeless people. 7:55
in the hospital.
or a hospital. Imagine that. This is going to be an interesting time. We get the primaries right around the corner, just a few days away from the start of early voting over at the Westin, and folks have got to keep a clear, critical view of what's going on over at your legislature. Your elected, not leaders, representatives, and who is out there that is representing your interests, and the interests of a safer Guam, a healthier economy for Guam, awareness of our culture, etc. Keep an eye out for all of those kinds of things, and the people who are trying to champion all of those deals. Tello, it's always a pleasure talking with you. I appreciate the time, and looking forward to the next round of press releases.
Well, I tell you what, I'll keep up the fight, and I just want to thank everyone who's come up to myself and a couple other senators. I know Senator Brown as well. People we don't even know just coming up and encourage us to keep up the fight. Don't let them bully you, and they're always saying, don't let that Tom Fisher bully you. And I said, no, he's just trying to distract us from what's really important. And that's everything you just said, everything that you just said. So we're going to keep forward. We're going to work hard for the people. That's our job because we work for them. It's not opposite. So,
as the older we get, the more I'm fond of sitting in a warm bath of nostalgia and thinking about how great we had it when we were kids and growing up. And there was crime and there was drugs on Guam, but it was not as bad as it is now. You could get out from under it. You could find ways, methadone programs, etc., and find your way out from under these things. And we are just not in that place right now. Methamphetamine is out of control. Fentanyl is going to be out of control. We got to do everything that we can to be as strong as we can when it comes to that.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
If for no other reason, make Guam Guam again. Hey, you mentioned Chris Duenas, your colleague's on line too, so I'm going to bring him in.
Oh, sure.
All right, I'll talk to you pretty soon, Tello. 888-8255-888 TALK is the telephone number. Senator Chris Duenas, congratulations on the passage of 175.
Yes, I want to thank my other 8 colleagues who joined me to do something great for Guam. Now, those decedent estates who have been denied the right to be able to build on their property now have hope. There will be 1 year of rules and regulations to be promulgated, and as well as the newest technology to come into Guam. They will be the cleanest they will be the residents who have the cleanest and most effective nitrate-reducing systems on the island, as opposed to the traditional septic tanks right now. And so they will be leading the charge in taking care of our environment. And Ray, I have to dispute that comment by my colleague. There was 2 full days, 2.5 days, basically, of discussion on 175-37. And the other thing is that the latitude given, and I'm grateful to the speaker, the latitude given when amendments are posed. Basically, people can speak up to 15 minutes on an amendment, and they don't even have to talk about the amendment. And that's what happened. If you go back to the tape, every senator that was against this bill standing up was repeating the same thing over and over and over again on 17 amendments. 17 amendments that the committee host chair of that held this bill and kept this bill in committee and was never going to let it out. 17 amendments that even when she was drafting the bill, the same bill as 175-37, she never put one of those amendments into that bill. So it was filibustering. It was basically just a show on the floor. And the bottom line is that was designed to try to kill the bill. In fact, there was 2 amendments that actually would have terminated the ability for those who have decedent estates and parental subdivisions from selling their property. Something that is so not germane to the bill and very, very important to the people of Guam. So, Tello, please just go ahead and tell it to Tello, but tell the truth. The truth is there was 2.5 days of debate on that bill, and everybody who spoke on those amendments primarily spoke on the merits of the bill. And you can go back to the tape, and you will demonstrate that exactly. Thank you that this bill has passed, and I'm looking forward to the governor signing it into law. And by the way, people of Guam, once again, all the regulatory agencies, WERI, as well as EPA, as well as GWA, enforce this bill.
Absolutely. Tello writing me now.
Support it fully.
Tello writing me now. We spoke on amendments, not the bill as a whole. It was 5 amendments that she's referring to, and I've kind of lost track on who's on which team these days, and especially with that bill. So we'll just watch and wait and see what happens when it goes to the governor's office. You believe that you've got the backing of all the people that the governor would need reassurance from as she reviews the bill, correct?
We did our work. We did very good work on this bill, and we made sure that everyone was in the loop on what the final bill would look like. And as far as we know, and we're told that if this bill were to pass in this form, it's got the green light. So we'll see what happens. Of course, they'll have to legally review the engrossed version when it gets down there. But as far as all the regulatory agencies, Simon Sanchez from CCU, some very, very important people in this community that want this new technology on Guam, they fully endorse this. And I'm sorry that some haters just want to try to kill it, but that's not going to happen.
Chris Duenas, appreciate your time. Have a fantastic rest of the day. I'll be seeing you.
Thank you.
You got a breakaway for Fox News on the point.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi said it's up to the president to decide if he should drop out, while actor and director and Democratic fundraiser George Clooney urged the president to step aside in a New York Times op-ed. It's business as usual for the president, speaking to NATO allies earlier today as the alliance agrees to bolster defense production.
We can and will defend every inch of NATO territory, and we'll do it together.
The president says Russia is being aided by North Korea, China, and Iran as it launches attacks on Ukraine. Yesterday, it was announced NATO would send a new round of air defense systems to Kyiv. Las Vegas hitting a record of a fifth consecutive day of 115 degrees or more, as the National Weather Service says a heat wave is expected to bake most of the U.S. through the weekend.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 198. The bill is passed.
The House passing a measure requiring proof of U.S. citizenship for voter registration, though it's not expected to survive in the Senate. Wall Street, the Dow gained 429, the Nasdaq plus 218. America is listening to Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Cool off with Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Balancing tart and sweet notes, taste the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacay with this smooth, creamy, and vibrant treat. Don't miss out and get it while you can. Head on over to Frosty Time and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
Is holding a hearing on the next steps in rebuilding after a major bridge collapse in Baltimore.
Maryland Senator Democrat Ben Cardin says his state needs the help of Congress to build a new bridge.
We've lost literally millions of dollars of revenues already, and we're behind in the resources we would normally get.
The collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge after a ship crashed into it killed 6 people and created economic and traffic concerns with nationwide impacts. Maryland's congressional delegation is working on legislation that would pay for a new bridge. Congressional and state officials are looking to recover some of the cost of reconstruction from the shipping company. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The nation's largest dollar store chain is cutting back on what it sells.
Dollar General is making changes. The Wall Street Journal says the discount retailer will cut the variety and volume of goods it sells to get things to shelves quicker. The changes are also aimed at improving efficiency and reducing theft. Dollar General has more than 20,000 stores in the U.S. It's the nation's largest dollar store operator by revenue. It will restructure its distribution network and change how it sorts things at warehouses. It will also stop carrying 1,000 products this year, many of them classified as high-risk shrink, a term the industry uses for lost inventory and stolen or damaged goods. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is warning drivers about what they call cheap, substandard replacement airbag inflators they say can fail to prevent serious injuries or death in a crash. The agency says 3 people have been killed and 2 suffered severe injuries in the past 9 months due to substandard aftermarket airbag inflators. It's urging people who buy used cars to get a vehicle history report. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
What's up, party people? It's me, DJ Daryl Lazama. Throwback Part 2. This Saturday, July 13th at Club Zone. Relive the 70s, the 80s, And we can't forget about the 90s. Also, don't forget about the $2,500 cash drop and the groovy throwback t-shirt giveaways for the evening. Get your tickets at guamtime.net for $20 plus online fees because they are going fast. And there will be more at the door. Last day to buy will be July 12 online. Throwback Part 2 brought to you by the local Grindhouse in Barrigada, Lolita Kemet of Hafaday Realty, 76 Circle K, BBG Automotive, Island Clothing, Bud Light, Sabrina for Senator, and the stations of choice broadcasting. Throwback Part 2 this Saturday at Club Zoo. Be there or be square.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
6 after 8 o'clock in the morning. This is The Point, the 11th of July, Thursday. My name is Ray Gibson. I've got to look at some local news for you right now. Senators passed nearly 24 measures yesterday, including Senator Chris Dueñas's contentious septic tank over the aquifer bill and Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes' $5 million appropriation bill for a shrine that reignited this debate over a future hospital site. The voting capped almost 3 weeks of legislative session, almost ready now that they've finished the June session, almost ready to go into the July session. Also passed was Senator Will Parkinson's Bill 260-37, which would temporarily lift the requirement to first establish a local cannabis testing laboratory in an effort to get the legal marijuana retail industry off the ground. It passed by 9-5. Parkinson's Bill 39-37, which would expand Guam's Castle Doctrine law to apply to outdoor spaces within the boundaries of a home, also passed. The vote was 11-3, one excused absence. The Castle Doctrine authorizes a person to use reasonable force, including deadly force, to protect themselves against intruders inside their home. Senators also passed Chris Barnett's Bill 239-37, which seeks to impose quantity-based sentencing for crystal methamphetamine and fentanyl convictions. The bill's intent was that the more drugs peddled, the longer the sentence would be, with minimum prison terms set at a mandatory 25 years. There are other news stories that we're following here this morning on The Point. A man accused of fatally shooting a Telefufo person over the weekend is being held in prison on a $500,000 cash bail within an hour of being charged with aggravated murder in connection to the death of Joshua Taitagui, whose body was found with a gunshot wound in Telefufo early Saturday morning. David Nkanko appeared in the Superior Court of Guam Tuesday afternoon before Magistrate Judge Benjamin Sison. Man on pretrial felony release who was found with methamphetamine reportedly asked the arresting officer, quote, is there something we can handle on the side? In addition to being charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, Adam Rebeta Bautista, 42, was also charged with attempted bribery. Both of the charges are third-degree felonies, and drug charges include a special notice of commission of a felony while on felony release. 8:08, more news after these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Guam senators yesterday welcomed their colleagues from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands for the second General Assembly of the Marianas Islands Legislature Association. They plan to discuss matters related to transportation and labor, food security, regional security, border security, and health care. The intent of the three-day assembly is to gather leaders from Guam and the CNMI to recognize and discuss their commonalities in history, culture, community, and geopolitical presence. I'm open for a vote for unification of the islands under one flag. That'd be fun to talk about. The War in the Pacific National Historical Park will host several events during the 80th Liberation Weekend from July 19th to the 22nd, the centerpiece of which will be a Liberation pennant, flag, and light display. You are invited to check out the display entitled Flags of Peace, commemorating World War II's fallen with a message of unity, which will be available for viewing night and day and throughout the weekend. The display serves as a tribute to the courageous individuals who fought for Guam's liberation, according to members over at the park. July 19th and 20th, 2 to 3, a Ranger pop-up will be held as well. It's 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning. That's news. We might as well sink in some weather so I can move along with the phrase news and weather together. So let's do this. Partly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. I don't know when that's going to happen. I looked out the window here just a few minutes ago, and it still looks like it's a soggy kind of Thursday morning. The scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast for tonight as well. Mostly cloudy, and overnight low is about 77 degrees. Same thing for tomorrow. Partly sunny, mostly cloudy during the nights, and scattered showers and thunderstorms keeping us company all day. They say it ought to clear up by Friday. We got mostly cloudy in the forecast for Friday night. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. I'm sorry, partly sunny on Saturday. There it is, partly cloudy Saturday night. Heat index 96, 40% chance of rain. Rip current warnings and jellyfish warnings are in effect right now, and just make way for sunset tonight about 6:52. There it is, news and weather together right here on The Point.
Braces for a little while for a lifetime of confident smiles. Let Dr. Kaneshiro DDS MS kindly walk you through the process of orthodontics, straightening those crooked teeth and fixing that bite. You'll be even more confident to flash those pearly whites. Make your appointment with Dr. Kaneshiro today at 646-9890. Having a marvelous set of teeth is a confidence booster, so getting braces, always a great idea. Visit Dr. Kaneshiro today across St. John's and Upper Tumon, serving our island with his professional expertise in orthodontics for over 29 years.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Gastronomic delights, it says, free transportation services and more. We'll hear from folks from Medical City in the next hour of the program. 8:12 portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home as well as Security Title. That's Kim and Ron over at Security Title. It's all in the name. That's what they do, making sure you've got sweet security on the title, and there ain't going to be any glitches in there to slow down the process. And they will also help you through the escrow process, which is something that's going to stay with you for the life of the loan. So check them out today at Security Title.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
All right, 8:12 in the morning. Dr. Vince Akimoto in a second, but I got just enough time to bring Catherine Castro in from the Guam Chamber of Commerce to talk about the Democratic Congressional Forum that's going to be taking place on the 30th, just a couple of weeks away over at the Hilton. Good morning, Kat. How you doing?
Hey there, good morning. It's great to hear you and speak. How are you doing?
I'm not bad. I'm just making my way through a fairly busy week. I think it's like that for just about everybody, trying to get as much done because I think as we get closer and closer to the actual liberation festivities, I'm going to become more and more brain dead. You know what I mean? So
I absolutely hear you.
Trying to knock everything out now. Now, on the other side of the liberation festivities, we start thinking about what's going to be happening in the election, which is about 23 days away from right now. Just in front of the primary election is an opportunity for people to hear from their Democratic congressional candidates.
Yes, and we're super excited. Thank you very much for calling and asking about it. We're having a Democrat Congressional Forum on July 31st, so that's taking the place of our regular general membership meeting.
Okay.
And so we've invited all three Democrat candidates to participate, and we have heard from two, and we're just waiting for one more person.
Who's holding out?
Yeah,
Who's holding out on you?
Excited.
Name them. Call them out, Kat.
We're super excited about it, and what's really great is that they're excited about it. They want their views out there, and we're encouraging our members read our newsletters and put in your RSVPs and send in your questions.
I was going to say, yeah.
What do you want to hear from the Congress? What do you want them to do?
I want to find out if they support Biden as the presidential nominee.
Sure. Yeah, Exactly.
I think that's important. I mean, we've got there's a potential for some great changes taking place, and if they were to win a seat in the House, they might be among the lone Democrats, and they might need some support from the White House, including support perhaps from Joe Biden. If he makes it in there, and the opposite is true. There's a stronger likelihood that they may be lone Democratic voices in a Republican-controlled House with a Republican in the White House. How do you sleep with that elephant in the room?
Exactly, and what we had seen in the past is working really well across the aisle, right? And we've seen that, and that has always worked for Guam, and so. Certainly, we want to see what strategies are they going to use, what committees that they're interested in, and of course, how are they going to? What are their thoughts on how they're going to help Guam if they are elected and will go to D.C. So yeah, we're super excited. And then another thing too, I know that you've got Dr. Akimoto on the line, but I really wanted to mention that our young professionals is also having a forum, and they do this at every senatorial election. So they have a You Decide forum that they're super excited about, and the dates are also available. I guess it's at the end of August. So it's we're asking folks to support them and to listen to what the senatorial candidates have to say and who hear what their platforms are.
And that'll be after the primary is done. So they will actually have there will be some urgency for them to get their platforms out there and talk about things that they'd like to do in as members of the 38th Guam legislature. Can you imagine that? Kat, always a pleasure talking with you. I hope I get a chance to see you soon.
Yes, it would be great.
I might even show up at this one, and I'm going to sit right next to Jimmy Moylan in the front.
Okay.
And just stare at everybody.
We'll save a seat for you.
8:17. I hope so. 8:17 in the morning. Catherine Castro from the Chamber of Commerce. 888-8255. You want details? Just give them a call, and they'll be happy to help you out. Is there a phone number attached to this? Yeah. You can call 472-6311. Dr. Vince Akimoto. I had great pleasure of listening to you with his mustache wisdom, Bob Klitsky, yesterday afternoon, trying to find out if there's anybody among our elected representatives that might be culpable for serious charges because the nature of the Guam Memorial Hospital may be causing significant numbers and increases in infant mortality here on Guam. Were you ever able to get to the end of that conversation, Doc?
Well, I think it got dark, and the judge, I got to tell you, since he's come back from his little hiatus, he's going into deep water with his discussions about all these legal issues that Guam's facing, a lot of these policy issues. So I thought that the theme for today was positivity, unity, and what was that other word? Liberty. So I think the conversations that are being held on your radio station in the afternoon are definitely things that are maybe adult-only conversations. People should be tuning into your radio station all day long because the conversation definitely runs the gamut from entertaining, informative, critical, things that people need to know, like where are the drunk driving stops, but also, it just astounds me how really just deep, raw, and honest Judge Klitsky gets. And I'm pretty sure many people who are listening don't agree with everything he says. I mean, he is not filtered. I don't think he has to be anymore. He is a grown man and has done more things in probably this morning than any of us have done our whole lifetimes yet. I mean, he's lived several lifetimes. So I respect the heck out of that guy. And no, he didn't answer my question. But, if you want to know what the answers are to some of the questions that he's, talking about, you got to stay tuned all day long on The Point because the stuff going on in the afternoon is amazing.
Well, that's why we're peak is best, I guess. 8:19 in the morning. What did you want to bring up today?
Well, I want to welcome all these folks who love Guam and dream about Guam and have tomorrow Guam, festivals in San Diego or Bremerton or Virginia. So there's all these alumni that are showing up on our doorsteps. They're in our hotels. They're down at the beach. They were at last night's Wednesday market from the class of '84, which is the best class ever, and Van Halen's best album of all time.
I'm not going to disagree. I was a guy on the radio. I was the guy on the radio playing all those tunes for the graduating class of 1984. Although I will suggest, though, that there were a couple of hotties, the Pack sisters over at JFK that graduated in 1985.
Oh, you're being selected. But hey,
Heidi and Heidi.
Let's not get in trouble. No, so really, class of '84 is showing up in numbers, and they are probably loading up those United flights coming in with their families. Because people are coming in with packs of 5, some of them 7, 10. I mean, they're spending thousands of dollars. This is their bucket list trip home for their 40th anniversary, right? This is the 40th year of 1984. So we're all 18 for the last 40 years. But it's really the class of '74. I am astounded at who the class of '84, represents, what they've done. These are amazing people. Some of them are up at the FD basketball tournament, beating our class over the weekend. By the way, they're great grandpas, and they humiliated the class of '84 FD alumni. But we were never, no. What do you call it? No excuses. Yeah. They're good. But the class of '74 is celebrating their 50th, and this is island-wide, not unique to FD. I mean, we have a whole bunch of people who graduated from high school 50 years ago, went on to do this tremendous thing. Some of them left off island to find fame and fortune, and now they're coming home. You know what? So the gist of this call is that there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Critical eyes, because they come from Walnut Creek, Oxnard in California. They're coming from ritzy towns in Texas, right? So they're coming home, and probably they're a little skeptical, how we're doing, because Typhoon Mawar kicked our butt. But I don't know, Guam looks pretty good. The sunset last night was world class. Food is great over there in the Chamorro Village. The food is excellent up at the FD Alumni Barbecue. There's just a lot to love, and I think they are falling in love with Guam and thinking, oh, maybe I can come home. But then they listen to Ray Gibson on the morning news.
What?
And that is just terrible, Ray. What are you trying to do? Chase them back? I mean, the news is full of murder, crystal methamphetamines, senators fighting with each other. But, they're talking about really cool stuff. I mean, and that's the thing. We're worried about education, crime, the hospital. We're worried about the aquifer. So there's some sophisticated discussion that any alumni from the class of '74 from 50 years ago would appreciate. Hey, this is a community that's cares about itself and is trying to get better. And then lastly, I'm sorry to wander on, is the class of '64 is actually getting together this weekend. I tried to get tickets, but it's sold out, and apparently they don't want me. But I was trying to accompany my Auntie Lou, and
64. They need to have. There needs to be some medical personnel running around if there's a '64 get together, right?
They said, we don't need you, and that's the thing. The class of '64, I'm not going to tell them what to do, right? These guys. Some of them are from JFK. Before it was JFK, they were the last class of '64, to go to Tumon High School, and they went through, just like we're going through, I think, some really amazing history, right? They witnessed the assassination of a U.S. president, John F. Kennedy. They witnessed the assassination of Martin Luther King, which I'm sure that day must have been
front row seats to the civil rights movement, et cetera, and Vietnam.
And Typhoon Karen, right? So Guam has always had challenges, and the world has always been tumultuous, and we've been in the crosshairs of it. And maybe nobody listened to us before, but now because of your radio station, they have to listen. This is an entertaining program with really important stuff that's local, but then there's global implications. Apparently, you've got guys on Anderson who are your regular listeners, people in South Dakota, folks, all across the nation, around the world. And they listen because, one, you're good at your job, so this is an interesting format.
Thank you.
But then the topics are worth talking about. I mean, they're really, really amazingly smart people talking to you every day about really cool stuff. But I'm just bragging on myself.
No, it's, no, and that's all right. Listen, I appreciate the strokes here this morning. I'm going to let you run. I got a couple other guys I need to talk to, and other what is it? Introductions.
The whole damn time there, Ray.
What's
Positivity, unity, and the other thing, liberty,
and the other thing, correct, and that other thing. Vince, I'll see you pretty soon. I got a couple of prescriptions that need to get updated. You have a fantastic rest of the day. 888-8255 Tattoo Shauna is sending in pictures. We've got Fish the cat here, and what did you do to this dog? Yuki-san was wearing. Clearly, this dog does not want to be wearing that outfit there. Tattoo Shauna.
Yeah.
I know it's cute. Like this
cuddle
dog
that.
is sitting there
Cuddle that puppy.
praying that the other dogs don't see him. That's what's going on. 8:25 in the morning. Senator Will Parkinson in just a moment. B-Man Dennis Larson online right now. Buenos and Alpha Day, B-Man. How you doing?
Hey, Alpha Day, Guam. Yeah, just driving down to the Hyatt, set up the booth for the 2024 restaurant fair down at the Hyatt. So make sure you stop on in and say, hey, you and I will make our way over to the quality table and say,
Find the B-Man and his great tasting, good for you honey and honey-derived products over at Fair. Do you know exactly where at the Hyatt you're going to be?
Yeah, we're right near the entrance going into the exhibit. So
gotcha.
Stop on by. But yeah, speaking of men who care, yeah, before stop. Hey, I know you're still listening, Vince. This guy, he was instrumental in getting Chris off Guam the second he came out of GMH. We had him in Vince's office. He's got him all stood up, arranged, sent to Hawaii. So, Doc, you are one of the beautiful people that make this island what it is.
Yeah.
Remember that. We love you, Vince Akimoto. Do not forget that.
Yeah, he's. I always appreciate his conversations, whether they're on the air or whether we're just kind of hanging out, just a couple of Duenas boys together. So Chris's deal is not this weekend, but next weekend over at Taz, right?
It's going to be the 20th at Taz. That's right. And I was just talking with Rick, our president, today, and he says that the tickets are going fast. So we have like 100 steak tickets and tons of raffle stuff. We've got a Traeger that we're raffling off, a big, huge TV, all kinds of great prizes. Yeah. And I know, Chris, you're listening in Hawaii. We love you, bro. Got a lot of people behind you. We're gonna get you taken care of. And just everybody else out there, man, thanks for helping out.
Now, one thing, I'm not sure if you can comment on this, but I'm hearing rumors that they might not be starting the Liberation festivities, the parade with motorcycle clubs. I'm told that they're going to be moving that to later in the day. Have you heard anything on that?
Have not. We don't do the parade. We just don't run up and down the road in the parade.
Yeah, I know, but you're an MC guy, motorcycle club guy. If you find anything out, let me know, because it's something I want to report on. B-Man Dennis Larson, I'll see you pretty soon. 8:27 in the morning. I got to jump into a conversation with my neighbor, who is Will Parkinson, and if there's anybody in the June session of the legislature that deserves some gloat time, it's Will Parkinson, and I'm going to give it to him. If for no other reason than we've got a measure that would extend our ability to protect ourselves. It would extend our abilities not to have to withdraw from a fight if necessary. And basically standing our ground. We've expanded the perimeter of the castle doctrine over at the legislature. Congratulations on that measure, sir.
Congratulations to us all, and I really couldn't have done it by myself. I have to really give thanks to all my colleagues that came and supported that bill, because, without their support, this idea is just that. It's an idea on paper that doesn't go anywhere. But with the help of my colleagues, notably some of my friends across the aisle, we were able to get that bill across and expand castle doctrine so that the law protects Guamanians when they are protecting themselves.
I'm very, very happy to hear that. And as Guam becomes a more and more dangerous place with the crystal methamphetamine and now the threat that we could be having the same problems with fentanyl as they're having in California and Oregon and Washington State and all across the United States, we need to be more vigilant, be prepared to deal in those criminal disastrous situations and be able to protect ourselves. ourselves. So I appreciate the work that went into just that measure. But it's not the only thing that you managed to move forward and get out of the third reading, voted on, and now headed to the governor's desk for her approval. You've also done, I think, a man's job working on trying to square away the issues that are still outstanding with regard to a recreational cannabis industry here on Guam by eliminating the need for testing. Temporarily.
That's correct. That's correct. A couple months ago, I promised you a freedom session, and we got our freedom session. All of those bills had passed, so we are going to be removing the last roadblocks to the opening of the cannabis industry, and we're also going to be protecting employees' rights to do what they do in their free time without threat of losing their job. We legalize this industry. Let's make sure that people have the protection so they can take part in it and not be locked out of it, even on the consumer end.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but as long as there continues to be judicious approaches to being able to test people, based on what their job requirements are. I was alarmed at a story that came out the other day about a couple of kids that were working in the Department of Parks and Recreation in their summer program, and they were accosted by a guy in there that showed them his crystal methamphetamine and his marijuana, and possibly he was likely high at the time. So we cannot completely eliminate, I think, some of the dangers, especially when we're talking about people whose jobs who bring them close to children. And high school kids and things like that, very young and impressionable. Fortunately, these kids had the smarts and called the cops on him, and it looks like he's going to be spending some time in the jailhouse.
Yeah, good for those kids, honestly. Like, to be presented with that situation instead of, succumbing to social pressures and not saying anything or even taking part in it.
Yep.
They went and told the right people that this was going on, and they blew the whistle on it, and they made sure that justice was served in this situation. And I commend those kids, whoever they are, for doing the right thing. And for that gentleman, I hope you think about what you do with your life behind bars, because trying to expose children to that's not the way.
Gotcha. Now speaking of other emergencies and having survived COVID-19, not just the illness, but the knee-jerk reactions and just very, very odd rules and regulations that came out of that. Public hearings during emergencies, that act is now moving forward to the governor's desk as well.
Yes. I was a former emergency services worker, and one of the principles we have is we put in protocols for emergencies when we are not in an emergency. So next time we have a public emergency that prevents us from having public hearings, we have guidelines and rules in place now so that we can continue to have public hearings and public input without having to try to duct tape it together during the emergency. So let us focus.
Well, I think it's important because we got to keep the process of representing our people at work. And it just seemed to me that there was a big disconnect between government of Guam agencies and the government of Guam, period, and the users of the government, the citizens of Guam. We didn't necessarily have all the opportunities that we had to be able to air our grievances in situations that required them. We had to do everything with protests and talk on the radio and all of that stuff. Well, I suppose this is kind of a form of a public hearing. All right, so that was the freedom session. What's coming up in the July session? Any ideas?
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to have a session. I think this was kind of the July session, but no, for me, I was a football guy growing up, and we don't stop chopping our feet till the whistle blows until we go sine die. So I'm going to continue to try and push legislation going forward. I got a couple things on my agenda that I look forward to. We're going to try and look at doing some things with Bentley's Law, where we put drunk drivers who kill the parents of children on the hook for the child support for those children. Things that we're looking at is legislation for unemployment insurance. What else?
Well, there's a big bite. I certainly have seen people at the legislature try to push that rock up the hill, but never quite make it to the top. We had a pretty good start on it during the COVID times. That was one of the bright spots where people that were displaced from their jobs because of the wacky shutdown that we had were able to get taken care of with an unemployment assistance program that was put together rather urgently by Dave Del Solo, if you recall, over at the Department of Labor, and that worked out well. Of course, the money was coming from the Fed to take care of everybody. I don't know what's going to happen when we start talking about increasing costs and processes for many of the small businesses here on Guam.
Yeah, and I think there's a way to do this if we're smart about it, to potentially, because the biggest thing is coming up with a big pile of money to start the program in the first place.
Yeah, it sounds to me like the bottle deposit bill it's going to look good, feel good on paper, but missing some of the crucial components to actually get it started, as you say, like a big wad of cash. Where's that going to come from?
Yeah, and well, one of the things I'm looking at, honestly, is we continuously have these services in our budget, and this is not an accident. I give 100% of credit to Senator Joe and his budget finance team, because he is consistently producing these 100 million plus surpluses, budgeting enough. I think, that was kind of my argument during the last budget season, that we are under budgeting and we're going to want these major surpluses that we fight over in the spring, and that has come to pass. And I suspect that we're going to have a similar issue again, but I think that we have the money there to do at least one major project, whether it be universal health care or unemployment insurance or getting our schools ADA compliant. I think that there is a giant pile of cash there right now, just invisible to us as surplus revenue that is just not being budgeted. And I would make the argument that we probably have $120 million we could raise the ceiling on to do a really big project.
Yeah, it's starting to feel a little bit socialist on me here for a second. So I might want to just drop my ideas if there is buckets of cash laying around here.
If we don't have the stomach to do a really big project, hey, if we have that excess revenue, I'm good continuing the power credits until we get a new power plant built.
I'm fine with that, but we need to build a hospital. We at some point we need a new and improved and state-of-the-art correctional facility that will handle all of the crooks that crystal methamphetamine and fentanyl are going to be churning out. And we really got to do something about public transit on Guam. I mean, it continues to be a joke. Prices of gasoline aren't going to be coming down anytime soon, and people need an alternative to owning a car.
Yeah, as the oversight chair of mass transit, we're having just a tough problem because we can't even get the board to meet because everybody's so afraid of prosecution. I can't get people to accept the board nominations, and so we have to look at what do we do if nobody wants to join the mass transit board and nobody wants to meet up because they're afraid of prosecution. How do we move forward? Because right now the mass transit board is stuck being unable to make any decisions until they meet.
Privatize.
You know what? It might be that time. It might be time to say that this project that we're doing is not working and we might have to go another direction.
It's a different scale, but there's this Bicky bike program that they started in Hawaii. Basically, is a kind of a ride sharing mentality, and the company that was trying to made a go of it and got it good enough so that the government of Hawaii was able to take over. Maybe there's a way that we can do something along the lines and maybe do something like that. Yeah, in reverse.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Well, ponder it and have your research guys take a look at it. Will, I got to break away. It's always fun talking with you. Congratulations on your measures. I think they're going to make a difference for a lot of people.
Thank you so much. And again, I just want to thank all my colleagues that supported those measures. Like, I really couldn't have done it without you, and I'm eternally grateful. And the people of Guam, thank you as well.
All right, there it is. There's his Oscars winning speech. See you pretty soon, neighbor.
Amazing.
Have a great morning. 20 or so away from the top of the hour here. Got some folks coming in to talk about the Pista Nayon. Am I close?
Very correct.
Wait, hold on. It's
Pista Nayon.
Pista Sa Nayon. Pista Sa
Pista
Nayon.
Sa.
is the thing that's coming up. But right now, I got Charlie Hermosa on the line. Thanks for holding, buddy. A little bit busy on the phone lines this morning.
No, I know. It's always good though because as Dr. Akimoto was saying, this is a great radio show. So, but just ironically with Senator Parkinson, I wanted to, if he's still listening, I actually called up the GRTA the other day because I was reading and I was really upset with exactly what you were saying, Ray. And I told him that I would be willing to support them on the board if they needed people to look into it.
Cool.
I mean, my background is in infrastructure and all that stuff, and I said I'm more than willing to support because
transportation. Hello, you were the guy that was running APL,
right? And so I nothing, crickets. I don't know if it's a political thing, but if Senator Parkinson is still listening, I'm willing to support because I've had enough. I mean, I talked to so many members in the community, and they can't do anything without transportation. If they don't own a car, they can't do anything. They can't depend on everybody and the gas and everything else. But the reason why I was calling, Ray, is because I wanted to touch on Project 2025 real quick. Not going to go into detail. It's almost 900 pages long, but I know you touched on it the other day. But the portion I wanted to touch on was the VA. I've been getting a lot of questions on whether I support it or not. But the fact of the matter is that Project 2025 is the #1 Googled search right now. So people don't really know about it too well. So if they're getting snippets from the internet, they're very subjective. So I would recommend.
and in some cases they're downright incorrect, fabricated lies. You got to take a look at it. Much of the information that you need, without a whole lot of embellishment, really is in the foreword, where it lays out the vision of Project 2025. And I'm sure I'm eventually going to find something in there that I don't like, but I haven't yet in my read of Project 2025. And I don't know if that paints me as some kind of a uber conservative or on the same side as Trump. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I think there are initiatives in there that we need in order to, and I'll say this very, very plainly, to protect our children. Our time has come and gone here, but we are rapidly watching a time where we've got a dysfunctioning island, we've got a dysfunctioning American government and an American society, and we've got to right-size it one way or the other, and the only way to do that is with some real tough love that's in Project 2025.
Right, absolutely. You may not agree with everything, but I took the portion on the veterans, the VA. That's the portion that I'm really concentrating on. And so it really realigns. And what it says, and it plainly says, it wants to realign the mission and the intent of the VA to what's going on today, because the current administration really watered down all these programs. They put in programs that have no relation to the VA. So when they say that they're going to cut programs, they're going to cut programs that when you read them, they're like, what does this have to do with the VA?
Yeah, why was it there in the first place?
Right, exactly. So when they say cut programs, everybody automatically assumes like, oh, they're gonna cut the spending, disability, and all that. No, that's nothing to do with it. So I would highly recommend. And then tying it into the Guam, Ray, listen, this is really getting crazy, because all the stuff that we've been talking about in months about holding a convention, about holding a commission, it is absolutely nothing. Nothing's going on again. We're getting no information. Now we're hearing that everything that the lieutenant governor and the director were saying about the VA, GOVA getting a new office is really not, because I was looking at some documents yesterday that state that public health is still going to be in that facility in the Hester building through the end of September. They have an MOU. But since May, they've been saying that they're going to try to get in there. But they've never. That's absolutely false. False. It's a lie. They have not been trying to get in there. They have an MOU that runs through September of 2024. They pay over $20,000 a month. So at the end of the day, what is going on? Why are we not? And I'm going to put this back to the senators as well, because they should be held accountable. All they do is they show up to all the functions. They show up to the Purple Heart. They show up to all these VFW meetings. They tell us what we want to hear. They tell us exactly what we want to hear. We're going to fight. And you know what's going on? Nothing. We're back to square one. Nothing's going on, and we've got to do something. So I've been going around and I've been telling, and we need to rally all the veterans, because we really, 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 whatever side you stand on and whatever organization you're in, we really need to come together and really put this into focus. And if the senators want to vote and if they want to go back in, they have to come through us. At the end of the day, that's what I want to try to do. I'm going to try to get all the veterans together so that we can at least come together for one mission and one mission along, and it's for us to be able to fight for our rights here. Nobody's doing anything. Nothing. Nobody. So sorry I wanted to put that, but I was really upset yesterday again But again, I'm not going to stop with the veterans. We need to continue to fight. So all this language and all this talk has to stop. We got to see action, execution. Somebody execute something. So that's what we're looking for.
Somebody got to get something done. I kind of like that. Interesting conversation as usual, and you're more than welcome to make an appearance. I'll go ahead and say it for you, but make an appearance on the Veterans with Benefits program right here on The Point, 6 o'clock on Mondays.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, buddy. I'll see you pretty soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. 8:44 in the morning. Yes, we will take a break. I'm not sure if I'll take a look at traffic on the other side, but we will be spending a couple of minutes talking about let's see if I do this right, Pista Sanayon. It's coming up.
There are so many issues that I see happening for Guam, and I have so many ideas for how we might try a different path. I love my island, and I want to serve you. So read my plan at gingercruz.com, and I humbly ask for your vote. I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Well, you'll get good skies. Look, they didn't have any hard weather during the Maui concert, and I don't think you'll have any hard weather waiting for you when it comes time for the Pista Sanayon. Ray Gibson in studio, and it says Norman Analista, but it shouldn't. The guy is Patrick Lucis, who was hanging out with us this morning as we talk about what's going to be kind of a big event. He's not David Perry either. Hold on, I'll see if I can get him up on the screen in a form that all of us have got the right names attached to it, or no names at all if you're watching on Facebook Live, YouTube, The Point, Rumble.com, et cetera, et cetera. Welcome to the program. Thanks for braving the weather.
Yes, thank you so much. They say a lot of rain's a lot of blessings, so I think we're in the right place.
Well, we could use it. I've got a couple of plants that barely made it through the dry season at the house, so I'm kind of looking forward to where things are going to be headed for this one. A lot of things going on. It's July, busiest month I think of the entire year. Lots and lots of stuff going on. As I said, we had the Maui concert last weekend. We've got the Throwback on Saturday night over at Club Zoo, and then all day long over at Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park is going to be, and say it with me now in my broken Tagalog accent, Pista Sanayon.
Yes, that's the fiesta in the village. So
that's what that means.
That's what it is.
Okay.
That's what it means.
Okay, yeah. So Pista is the fiesta word?
Yes.
I can use that whenever I want to?
Right. Sure.
Will that impress me with the Filipino ladies?
Oh, yes.
Hey, ganda ka. Very, very good. Okay, so it's a Filipino community of Guam that's putting all of this together. Is that the umbrella organization for all of the different clubs and groups and gatherings of the Filipino community?
Yes, for the past 70 years, this is our 70th anniversary, so we've been the umbrella organization. We have about 16 active organizations now. At one time, we had about 72.
Yeah, it was huge. I kept waiting for it to become a little bit more of a political force on Guam.
Well, we're going to try to bring in as many.
I'm no troublemaker. I'm just tossing that out there, looking to see if we can get more Filipino participation in our elected positions, because they would represent a significant portion of the population of Guam.
Yes, that's right. And so we're happy that Will is there, who's also part Filipino, and
I'm gonna push for district voting. If we do district voting. Anyway,
we'll get a lot of Filipinos.
Just making a little bit of trouble here on a Thursday morning. But we go back to the fiesta in the village that's going to be taking place. So how long has this been getting planned?
We've been doing this for at least the last, I want to say since the beginning of the year, so good 4 months that we've been really hitting it.
So what kind of what endeavors made up this planning that you've got? Because this is Herculean, if you ask me, and I'm very, very familiar with outdoor on-site events of a massive scale. I've done my share of those big deals, but kind of curious of what you guys put into it to turn out this big fiesta event.
We have a chairperson of the Board of Trustees, Madam Nita Baldwin, and during her term, I want to say about 15 years ago was when the last time we had this big of an event. And so because she is our Board of Trustees, she's got a lot of pull with the community, and and all the businesses. So we are putting this big show. It's our way of giving back to the community.
She's one of those ladies that people will not say no to.
She says yes to everything, and we can't say no to her.
But that's my point. So I'm glad that she's a big part of this. So what kind of, I mean, let's say I show up. What time does this thing start? 2:00 in the afternoon. So I'm gonna be there about 1:40, 1:45. Get the last good parking space, and then show up. What will I be treated to?
So this event is really like a mini carnival. We've got all the food trucks out there. We got all the food vendors, crafts. We got jewelry. We even got the petting vendor that will be there to have petting animals. We'll have the mini carnival rides. Peter and Make a Peace will be there. So we've got really a lot of fun that will be there. The good thing about it, Pista Sanayan, it's a fiesta in the village. In the Philippines, what we call Barrio Fiesta, you will see the feel of the Bahay Kubo, or what we call as our huts here. So you'll see about 5 of those down there. We will have competition for booth contests. So everyone bringing out all their culture, their traditions, and
so they'll be constructing these little houses?
They're gonna, yes, there's gonna be quite of a project involving here. And so the competition is really those coming from the different provinces and organizations.
Is there going to be cockfights?
Cockfight?
I think I mentioned that with Norman. He just kind of wandered around the answer on that, but I just thought it would be kind of cool. We have cockfights.
No cockfight, no beto.
What, they still do it? Yes, we should still have. I mean, if we're having a fiesta, so we're all the same culture around here, children of the Spaniards. We learned all of those things like cockfighting and beto and games of chance. Will there be anything like that?
We will have a raffle drawing with large prizes. You must be present to win. We want to bring out 2,000 people out there.
I'm sure you'll get more than that.
Yes. So, we do have our big celebrities that will be coming in. Inigo Pascual, he is the son of Piolo Pascual, who is a very famous actor in the Philippines.
Okay.
And then one of the young star ladies is Shireen Reyes. So she'll be another one who will be coming into this event. So these are our 2 main attractions. We do have some Kalokalike.
I was just looking at that word there, and I could not vice ganda kalokolike.
Yeah, so the name is really Viz Negra, who is actually going to be a kind of like the vice ganda comedian kind of person. Also with her is Maricar Aragon and also Principe Makata, and you'll have a night full of entertainment.
I'm going to need an escort to take me through all of this with all the personalities and all the different parts of the entertainment that are going to be going by.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, when you come over there, you'll be able to pick up right away who's who.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, this is it looks like a really, really aggressive schedule. You've only got a few hours, about 7 hours between 2 and 9 o'clock at Ipao Beach Park, the Governor Joseph Flores Beach. Now, there's only limited parking in the area, and you already said you're looking for a lot of people to come out. So, what happens if I drive by and there's no more parking on either side? Because they won't let me in at the Hilton. They always have the guards out there making sure you don't park in the Hilton parking. So where do I go?
So we do want to stress that we don't want people parking on the sidewalks. We've got to be on the public parking, but we will have extra parking over at the JFK parking lot across Kmart. And we will have shuttle rides down to Ipao every 15 minutes.
Oh, like they do Akimatsuri, the Japanese Autumn Festival, very similar to something along those lines. Will it have kind of that festival feel, as you said? You've got there's going to be tents and food trucks and all kinds of things. It will. I'm assuming that there will be some kind of compartmentalization, so you will know for sure that there's something going on.
Very similar to the Japanese festival. This one here is the Filipino festival. We will have Filipino games. If you haven't heard it or tried it, this will be an opportunity to try it. We will have our local dancers, our artists that are there. Yeah. And Ray, I know you do have a very nice voice, so you have an opportunity to join the karaoke contest.
The massive karaoke contest?
Yes.
So there are some karaoke songs that I sing in Tagalog. Many years ago, I used to go to a place called Tokyo Tower out in Harmon.
Right.
And I would hang out with the guys. We bowled together. Me and they weren't on my team, but we hung out together after bowling. And there were a bunch of sales guys from Nissan. And so afterwards they'd say, "Hey, we're going to go over to Tokyo Tower." So we'd go over to Tokyo Tower, and there were a couple of Tagalog songs that I like to sing, though I don't actually speak Tagalog. So what they would do is they would have one guy kind of whisper the correct pronunciation of the word in my ear, and then I would sing out the song. And everybody would kind of freak out. How is it this white guy knows all of the words to these songs? And I'm trying to remember, what was it? I'm looking at Joe like he's going to remember what the name of the song was.
Martin Rivera.
No, I cannot do "Be My Lady." Listen, a man's got to know his limits, and "Be My Lady" is among those limits. I can't hit that high note. But I mean, like everybody knows the words to a knock, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So I mean, that's gonna be out there. So there's gonna be a massive karaoke contest.
Massive karaoke contest. We have pretty good prizes for karaoke winners. The raffle, $2,000 cash. That will be the grand prize.
Excellent.
But again,
must be present to win.
Can we get that in pesos? Right?
We can get that in pesos. What do we got here? 58.27 pesos. 58 pesos against the dollar. It's a great time to get out there to the Philippines. And there's any number of folks that are going to be here for that anyway. I don't know if it's just a lucky coincidence, but we've got folks from actual Medical City that are in town. In fact, you're the precursor to that interview. They'll be in just a little bit to talk about their healthy getaway that's going to be taking place. Nothing, as I go through this, nothing happens without the help and assistance of supporters and sponsors. Anybody you want to say thanks to?
Absolutely. This is our 70th anniversary. We've been contributing to the community, whether it be beautification, whether those in need of calamity, through civic and cultural events.
Yep.
So we're also, we have a lot of people who are here for the 80th Liberation Parade.
Everything's dovetailing into the other.
So this is a part of this event. We have our sponsors, our partners here. We have the Office of Governor and Lieutenant Governor's Office, Guam Visitors Bureau, Parks and Recs. We also have the Consul General of the Republic of the Philippines, Guam Visitors Bureau, I said that already. Island Family Pharmacy, Ramby's, and Philippine Airlines. So we have a lot of partners in this event to make this event. It's actually a free event to the community.
I know Connie over at Goodwin. Did they loosen up a couple of tickets to give away? Was there going to be airplane ride aboard, pal?
I believe we will have one raffle for that.
Very good. Yeah. Hung out with her and some of the other friends over at the Reef. They are also celebrating an anniversary at that hotel. It's a cause for celebration all over the place. I think this is going to be a fun. I should bring some money with me, though, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's no admission.
Well, there's going to be a lot of great food vendors. A lot of the barbecue vendors will be out there. We will have some with some Filipino delicacies. So, yeah.
So we've got the entertainment. We got a nice venue for it. It's going to be over at EPAL Beach Park. Bring an umbrella. I imagine there's going to be shelters of all kinds. So if you need it, you shouldn't have a problem ducking in if there's too much sunshine or too much rain.
Right. We'll have some canopies that will be out there. We'll bring out the Atiatian drummers to try to shoo away the rain.
There's something about those guys, and I always say that it's one of my favorite parts of the Liberation Parade is when the Atiatian guys come out, and girls anymore, and just as you say, make that noise. They're like the motorcycle clubs. You can hear them coming from a mile away. Are there any other events going on with the Filipino community between now and say the end of summer?
We've been celebrating all of the month of June, so this kind of like is the grand finale of the 70th anniversary.
Yeah.
But speaking of the medical side, we do have an event on August 17th, Center Court of Mechanismo. It is going to be our version of the medical mission. So that will be another big event. We'll announce that at another time.
Well, you come back into the radio station. We'll talk about that.
Absolutely.
Now, are you guys doing any kind of membership drives, or like when you're born, they say, okay, you're Tagalog, you have to be in this group here, and you're going to have to set up the Pista Sanayon for next year. Are there opportunities for people to become members of these different organizations?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Making these kind of events needs a lot of hands on deck, and we will be having a membership drive. So we invite anyone. You don't have to be Filipino. Come on, sign up.
I have
help with our event.
I have a little bit from the provinces. There's Eclavea in my family that goes back to the Filipino side.
Very nice. We're gonna sign you up.
Sign me up, and I will take care of the karaoke contests and all of that stuff. Patrick Lucis in the studio. I appreciate the time. Is there a website where people can go to, or somewhere in social media to get the a higher altitude picture?
Yes, please see our Facebook page, Filipino Community of Guam. I will give you the contact number of our peace officer in case you want to assist in any way. Her name is Eileen Ikasencia. She can be reached at 671-487-7022.
Eileen Ikasencia.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll work on all of that stuff. I want to thank you for coming by the radio station. As I said, braving the weather. I got my fingers crossed that we're going to have a beautiful weekend. They're talking about showers and thunderstorms Thursday and Friday, but they say by Saturday it ought to be back to, in the very least, partly sunny skies. So I think that's going to be a long way to go to having a good time with the entire Filipino community.
Absolutely. We were going to pray for that good weather on that day. And on behalf of myself, Patrick Lewis is the president of the Filipino community.
You don't have
Guam.
to pray. See, you have a new Archbishop. The Archbishop, the next Archbishop on Guam,
Brian
he's Filipino.
He's a very good friend of mine. Yes, we've done some work out in the Pacific since 2009.
Yeah,
he's actually been coming here every. Well, he was here last January. We try to bring him every year for the celebration of the Santo Niño. So he was here to join us for the 25th.
Gotcha. Oh,
so yeah, we're very happy to have him on Guam.
You suppose he might be able to say hello to everybody over at Pista Nayan?
We know he's a very busy person at this time. We will invite him, but I know there will be a time that we'll have an audience with him.
It'll be fun, I'm sure. Listen, 8:59 and change, closing in on Fox News Live in just moments here on 93.3 The Point. On the way back, we have all kinds of stuff to talk about. If you are like me and like to get your physical work and some medical work done in the Philippines, Medical City has got the Healthy Getaway, and it's not just one package. There's 3 incredible packages behind this. I was a part of this last year after Moar, and love to hear what they're going to be adding to it. We got a breakaway now for Fox on the Point.
During Ukraine, I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. NATO members have agreed to spend a lot of money as they get ready to provide more assistance in Ukraine's defense against Russia.
Speaking at the NATO summit in Washington, Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said the 32 members of the alliance are going to be spending 40 billion euros. That's about 43 billion American dollars to help bolster the defense of Ukraine in the next year. Also, cynics have been saying Ukraine will never be able to join NATO, but Stoltenberg said,
as Ukraine continues its vital reforms, we will continue to support them on their irreversible path to NATO membership.
Russia's been demanding that Ukraine drop its effort to join NATO as a condition of peace.
Fox's Jill Nato in Washington. As support for President Biden's re-election bid appears to wane from within his own party, White House National Security Council Communications Coordinator John Kirby says the president's mind is made up.
He did make his decision, and he made it crystal clear to everybody that he's running for re-election.
The president is expected to meet with Senate Democrats tomorrow. Parts of California dealing with an early wildfire season with a fire in Santa Barbara County scorching nearly 29,000 acres.
We're already experiencing a disproportionately high number of acres burned, not fires started.
Governor Gavin Newsom, this as much of the West is dealing with record high temperatures. Las Vegas in its 5th consecutive day of temperatures reaching 115 degrees or higher. Officials in Houston say it could take several more days to fully restore power after Hurricane Beryl slammed into Texas, leaving millions without air conditioning in soaring temperatures. The House passing a measure that would require proof of U.S. citizenship for voter registration, though it's not expected to survive in the Senate. America is listening to Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
You know, life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific. With more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs, we can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
A so-called propaganda bot farm gets taken down.
The U.S. and several allies declaring a first victory against state-sponsored AI-powered propaganda, saying they've been able to seize control of a Russian bot farm used to spread Kremlin-backed disinformation, using nearly 1,000 AI-generated fake accounts on social media platform X. In a joint advisory, agencies in the U.S., Netherlands, and Canada identifying various software programs used to manage the network, also saying the FBI has won the right to take control of 2 web domains linked to the operation. The seizures come ahead of the November elections, which officials have warned are already a target of influence operations from other nations. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
British police say they have found the man suspected of killing the wife and 2 daughters of BBC radio sports commentator John Hunt. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has announced its finalized rules for building federally funded projects in floodplains.
FEMA says its new rules for the Federal Flood Risk Management Standard are aimed at making sure the structures it provides money to build are protected from flooding. It says projects built with FEMA money have to be constructed in a way that prevents flood damage, which could mean they must be elevated above flooding height or by building the structure in a safer location. Schools, hospitals, sewage treatment plants, and bridges could be affected. The rule was first proposed in 2016 under the Obama administration, but it was withdrawn during the Trump administration. The new proposal follows last month's Supreme Court ruling that's expected to make it easier to challenge federal regulations. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Samsung coming out with a new smartwatch and smart ring that use artificial intelligence. The Galaxy Watch Ultra will cost $650. The Galaxy Ring comes in at $400. They're set to come out later this year. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Wow, Bay Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Who's this dog on there? Who's this pretty boy? Who's this pretty boy? You gotta talk to the dog like this. Jack, that's
Will we ever find out if he's the good dog?
Tammy Bumba's best friend, so he must be a good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
That's
Good
a
boy.
Bumba.
I like that. One of these days, I tell myself it's. By the way, it's Pet Photo Day, which is why I've been showing pictures all morning long of people's furry family on the program. And I think I got enough. I can put together a pretty decent reel on with my cap cut on all of these pooches and kitty cats. Would be the Point Pet Reel, I think is what we're going to call it, and I'll stick it up on the website, do all that stuff. 7 after 9 on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by an incredible pack of team people over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. I can't find enough nice things to say about them. They've got a great summer sales event going on. You can get $8,000 cash back during their Super Summer Sales event, and you can use the cash back as a discount or as you want to take the money and run. Maybe do a little bit of traveling with it. I think $8,000 ought to be able to get you a round trip ticket up to Saipan and back, right? So I mean, imagine what you can do. I mean, all the problems that you can solve with having that $8,000 in front of you, or you can just take it back to the bank and lay it down on the car. It's your money. You do whatever you want with it. Versus starting as low low as $143 a paycheck. Centris at $161 per paycheck, and the Kicks starting as low as $164 per paycheck. On approved credit, some conditions apply. Find out what they are at NissanGuam.com.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's so cute. Miss Kathleen sent me a picture of her dog. This puppy is named Dublin.
Oh, I thought it would be Bandit.
I don't know. It's got those. I don't know. It's got those kind of eyes. So the question is, I'm wondering. Of all of the animals that we've got, I wonder how many of them are coming from Gain. And places like that. How many of these
dogs,
adopted
cats,
rescue kind of dogs or something like that? And because I know a lot of people that are thinking, maybe I could get myself a pooch or something like that. Where do I go? Is it a pet store thing? I think there's a lot of people that think that maybe the smart thing to do is to go and see if you can help out the guys over at Gain and get one or two of those animals off of their hands and maybe into your home. It'd be surprised. And I have not moved them into the backyard. And I think there might be a couple of neighbors. There's these dogs that come over to my place all the time because they think I have food.
It's a pack.
Yeah, and so I go out to them when I see them coming over. I like to play with them, but I don't want them to be like my dogs. So the first thing I do is I show my open hands, which means there's no food for you. There are no snacks for you at this time, but they still like to come over the yard and goof off. So I think that's awesome. But it's and I've told this story many times. I've only ever really had a couple of dogs in my life that were like inside companion super friend dogs, and the problem is they didn't live as long as I did, and pet owners, pet lovers know that feel like, oh my God, I don't know that I could take that kind of heart pain again.
Oh, yeah,
it just devastates you.
The worst.
Yeah. You look at the pet bowl. And the
toys,
and oh my God, the toys! So and I still have
the collars.
The collars of the dogs are in the can that I got with the ashes from the Rainbow Bridge. That's B-Man Dennis Larson's place. So they're a little bit of comfort there. But golly, I do miss those dogs. So my goal is at some point. And I don't know. I got to get with Akimoto and find out. Okay, Vince, this is what my lifestyle is like now. You've seen the results. You've seen the results of my physicals. How much longer do you think I'll live? Give me a ballpark. Is it 5 years? Is it going to be 10 years? Is it going to be 15 years? And then based on what he tells me, I'm
a Rottweiler.
Yeah,
you're going to need a Rottweiler.
Somebody that's going to last as long as me. And then the other thing is, I got a lot of. It's nice to have a dog in the backyard. Nice to have a dog in the house. But to what degree do you ever get the dog out of the house and on a leash? So I got this buddy of mine. And it's funny because now I'm going to have a Biden moment. Not going to be able to remember his name or the dog's name. But this guy, you've seen him at the beach. And he walks around and he's got this beautiful all-white German Shepherd. It's not an albino. It's a white German Shepherd. And the dog usually has a coconut or a big stick or something, a branch of a tree in his mouth. And they just go up and down the beach and get a lot of attention. And everybody wants to pet the dog and get pictures. Mononoke dog is what some people call the animal. And I've never been confident enough in my pet training abilities, which are non-existent, to be okay taking either of my dogs off leash anywhere. Because I just figure, I'm going to take this dog to the beach, and it will want to run away from me and never come back.
Adios,
yeah, thank you very much. I see some friendlier looking people over there, so I'm going to go and hang out with them. Is the thing. So I've never been confident enough to do that, and I go hang out at Jimmy D's every once in a while and see all these people with their dogs, and they're off leash and they're out there having a good time. I go pee over here, mark the territory over there, go poop on somebody's picnic basket, whatever. I mean, just a great place to go if you want to hang out with those kind of dogs, and maybe that's what I needed to do is go and get the dog socialized that that way. But I don't know. Yes, and that's my plan is I want to get a dog that will live about as long as I've got left to live, and then we can die together. And we'll go get cremated over at Rainbow Bridge, and we'll just mix up the ashes and all that stuff. That sounds like a great dog story.
Yeah. I don't think Dennis does people cremations though, unless he has to.
Viking burial. We'll have a Viking burial.
Yes,
That's the
Valhalla.
we'll do is just get a ship out there and
set it
on fire.
ablaze.
Yeah, it's at 9:13 in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. We did not have an opportunity to take care of the celebrity birthdays and special events in the last hour of the program. Shucks.
Yeah.
But, I started it. I'm going to finish it. So here are the celebrity birthdays for today, some of whom you might actually recognize, but I don't know. Giorgio Armani, the fashion designer.
Oh, I was going to say cologne.
This is Norman Annalise's.
Everything, dude.
Yeah, the guy's 90 years old.
Yeah.
How about that? Bruce McGill from Animal House and The Crew and MacGyver. I think.
You had me at Animal House.
But I think he played D-Day in Animal House.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember the guy? I mean, I could be wrong on this. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking out loud. Who from that show that I remember might be that age? And if he played D-Day, he went on to become a great character actor. Playing cops and lieutenants and things like that in a bunch of other movies. But the D-Day character from Animal House was one of my favorites. Remember that noise that he made, that noise that he made as he took the blowtorch to the guy's car. He was also the one that was riding the motorcycle in the house. That's the guy, D-Day. I think that's him. Bruce McGill, happy 74th birthday. From iCarly and Austin Powers, Mindy Sterling is 71 years old. Sella Ward. His name's like Sella. You just know she's pretty, right? Sella Ward was in Fugitive, CSI New York, and the FBI. Is 68 years old. Here's a name that's a little bit closer. Maybe we'll play some of his music at the Throwback on Saturday night at Club Zoo. Richie Sambora from Bon Jovi is 65 years old. How about that? Let me see. Fans of Melrose Place and Days of Our Lives might remember Lisa Rena. She is 61 years old. Debbie Dunning, that's the mom from Home Improvement, is 58 years old. At least I think that's the mom. Was it the mom or was that the next door neighbor, Marcy? I can't remember. 58 years old at any rate. Lil' Kim, the rapper.
Lil' Kim.
Is 50.
Oh, God.
Do we remember?
Yeah,
Isn't that weird to hear like rap star names?
Yeah.
And you
Lil.
got this idea in their head that they're never ever going to age, and then you realize, holy smokes, 50-year-old woman. How about that?
Booty's still good.
But that booty's still good?
Yeah,
okay,
still good.
I'll take your word for it. And singer Alessia Cara turns 28 years old today. As you can tell on the program and the lineup, it is Pet Photo Day, and take whatever opportunity that you have today to go and grab a picture of your favorite cat. I'm trying to sort out if I've got any pictures on my phone that are suitable for putting on the visual radio thing of my cat. My cat has several names, depending on whether I'm happy with her or not. Or whether she's happy with me or not, whether she's destroyed my nice furniture Kathy-style couch. Thank God it came with. It's not totally cat-proof, but it does a pretty good job of standing up to the cat and all of the scratching that the cat does on that particular piece of furniture. But it's a girl cat, and most of the pictures that I have of her, how do I describe this? They're almost all kitty cat. She's laying down on her back, kind of sassat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, okay, it's hot.
Wide open.
It's hot. I'm just airing it out. Maybe you've got pictures like that of your kitty cats. You may go ahead and send those in, 797-8255. If you're looking for another special event, it's Free Slurpee Day. Unfortunately, we don't have 7-Elevens on Guam anymore.
Sorry about that.
You know what? I don't think they did that even when I don't think we did that even when there were 7-Elevens on Guam.
Yeah, this is Guam.
Yeah, this is like, what?
Nothing applies to Guam.
Yeah. It's almost one of those. I don't want to complain about it because I really did appreciate the different textures. All of their sandwiches came in. Do you have any memories of this?
Yes.
3 o'clock in the morning, and we've been partying in Tumon all night long.
Tastes great at 3 in the morning.
So what do you want to do before you call it a night and go to sleep? And
Bad diet decision, Ray.
I'd go to the 7-Elevens. I'd get a cheeseburger and a chicken sandwich.
Oh, God.
And you knew they were fresh because they'd take them out every couple of days and wash them out and then put them back in the thing with the aluminum foil wrapper that stuck to everything. Do you remember that? And it was always kind of a fun thing to do because they had this great condiment station that they'd put together for all of the food that you could do. And I didn't know it had there was just something, I don't know, the goo that was ketchup and mustard and mayonnaise that went on top of this stuff. And then I'd put jalapenos on everything and just kind of let it kind of simmer and settle. And I'd do the same thing with the chicken sandwich. I'd get myself not a Slurpee, but I'd get something cold and go home and just kind of eat it and let it get as messy as possible. And I really miss that flavor. I mean, I'm okay with gas station food. Love the hot dog. 76 Circle K has got, in my mind, it's some of the best hot doggy things that you're going to get. The food that they put out over at the Shell gas stations, East Agania, the one that we have out here by JFK, absolutely fantastic food.
Sushi.
But man, I got to tell you, I miss like crazy, as I said, the texture of those 7-Eleven hamburgers and chicken sandwiches. Let me see. I've got Mojito Day. If that's something that you want to celebrate. I think I've mentioned the story once or twice about the first time I ever had a mojito. It was at Cafe Havana, not the one in the Philippines, but the Cafe Havana that we had here over in the Hyatt that eventually became TJ's. Yeah. Anyway, that was originally a Cafe Havana, and the guys brought in all these people that they were specifically trained, not just in being bartenders and stuff, but they were trained on how to do authentic Filipino Manila style, the mojitos. And I had one, and I thought it was great, but it took too long to make. And I'm like, in the time that it took you to make me the mojito, I could have had like 2 beers. So, yeah, that's going to be nice. That's going to be good for the girls or all the guys with their pinky fingers to the moon, but it didn't work for me. It's Essential Oils Day, Blueberry Muffin Day, Cheer Up the Lonely Day, and Swimming Pool Day.
How many days, Ray, has it been?
Since I was in a swimming pool?
Since we had a swimming pool.
Oh, that one. Thank you for the reminder. 1,626 days since they closed
the swimming pool day.
The Agania swimming pool, ladies and gentlemen. It was only supposed to be temporary. It was second or third time that they'd shut the thing down. Both times was because somebody let their kids in, and the kids weren't house trained. And that's why I call it the Agania swimming pool. You can put the rest of that together. And note that after now all of these days and weeks and months that have passed by, you just know that somewhere around there, somebody planning the ribbon cutting for the new and improved, eventually, Agania swimming pool. I don't know when that's going to take place, though. Probably sometime in the election campaign for Josh Tenorio. It's 9:21 in the morning. Coming up, we've got our friends from the Medical City from the Philippines going to come in and talk about the healthy getaway. Stand by.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
Is it my turn to talk? Are we going? Okay, I got you. 9:23 in the morning. A thumbs up from producer Real Joe, and on the screen is a picture of myself and my concierge. It turned out to be my best buddy and confidant the entire time I was in the Philippines. He was one of two concierge drivers that took me around everywhere as part of Medical City's big summer package that they had last year. And I've got just a ton of people in the studio that we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about kind of a new program that they're putting together at Medical City in the Philippines that I think takes advantage of everything that I was able to do last summer, and then adding multiple layers on this. So I want to make sure I've got all of the correct names in the studio. I'm just going to go around and holler at the microphone when I hit your name. Dr. Christian de los Reyes, the Chief Strategy Officer.
Yes.
Good to have you in the studio. The Doctor of Chief Strategy? What?
No. Doctor. I'm actually an ophthalmologist, so doctor of the eye. Eye surgeon.
Okay.
At the same time, I'm doing admin in the hospital. I handle strategy and business development group in Medical City.
That's got to be. I mean, there's a big bite in there. There's quite a lot going on.
A large bite, yes.
Yes,
definitely.
with Medical City and growth and development of all kinds. You said eye doctor. Yeah. Are you also LASIK? Do we do LASIK?
No, there's a different subspecialty for LASIK, but I do the rest of the other surgeries.
Okay, we'll talk about different maladies of the eye as we move forward. Dr. Christian de los Reyes, Dr. Gary Martinez.
Yes.
Hi, welcome to the program, Chief Medical Officer.
Right.
At Medical City. What's that job all about? Because we've got hospitals here, and every one of us you run into names like hospitalist and chief medical officer, that kind of thing. What do you do? What's that job?
Well, in a nutshell, you go to the hospital for medical problems, right? And for a checkup. So I take care of the medical part of it. The whole medical product.
Right.
Make sure that the quality is good and that people get better, and that we monitor their outcomes and see if they regain their function and they live for a long time. So that's the quality part of medicine is my.
I'm working on the quality of the cameras.
Right.
I certainly appreciate that. As we talk about these different packages that you have, and I'll try to encapsulate everything. Obviously, if we're talking about going to Medical City for your executive checkup, annual physical, that kind of thing, you already kind of have an idea on what kind of tests are going to be run, what kind of things that are going to be happening to you as soon as you walk through the door. But we're adding so much more to this now, and some of it is medical, and some of it, I want to say, might be a little bit more holistic in nature, where we're taking care of the whole patient.
Yes.
Which I think is fantastic. We'll talk more about that here in just a second. Last but not least, Dr. Ruben Casala, Executive Vice President and CEO of Medical City. Yeah. It's a pleasure to have you in the studio.
It's my first time here.
No, really? Yeah. Well, the first time on Guam.
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of things that you need to know is I don't know how many actual Filipinos we're going to be able to talk to this morning, because the peso is at 58.2 or something like that today, right. and it's like the Japanese yen at 161.76. My question to most people is, why are you still here on Guam? You should be in the Philippines doing the executive checkup and hanging out over at BCG and doing the shopping and all of that stuff. and that's kind of the thing that you can do now with this healthy getaway. I suppose I just start with the CEO, because you got to sign all the checks on all of this stuff. As I said,
who's signing them now?
I know. Yes. And thank you for bringing everybody from Medical City out to Guam for this interview. But there's, as I say, there's so many moving parts on all of this, and so much of it has to do now with obviously what's going to happen when you go to the hospital. But then there's all of this, added value that you've put in there at no extra cost to me as the patient, which I think is fantastic. Tell me a little bit about the genesis of this idea for the healthy getaway.
Well, this healthy getaway is for a patient to go to our country.
Close to the microphone,
and
sir.
do the executive checkup for screening of all the tests, and at the same time enjoy their stay in the Philippines, especially for our Filipinos going back to the Philippines. So enjoy their stay, and at the same time do an executive checkup for a healthy life.
I'll back up here and tell you my Medical City story. Last year was Typhoon Mawar came and went, and I had already booked the trip, made the reservations. Everything is going to be happening. And the typhoon came by, and everybody says, "Are you still going?" I said, "Oh, absolutely, I'm going." Number one, I needed to get a physical. I had not had one since COVID, and of course the president shut down the entire nation, and it was difficult for me as an unvaccinated individual to fly back at all. And then even when I went last year, there was still a complication. I needed to get a test on the way out before I got to the Philippines. At any rate, so I get there and was just amazed at the service and the way I was treated as I got off the airplane, went down and flirted with the girls over at the phone place, where you get the Globe and whatever. So I flirted with them, and by here comes the guy in the Medical City van. And I thought, oh, it's a van. Am I picking anybody else up? And he said, no, this is for you. So me, I asked if I could sit in the front because I didn't want to be lonely in the back of this sprawling van. And he took me to Bonifacio Global City, and we're at Forbes, where my not my condominium, my B&B is, and he was near constant companion. Came back for me the very next morning and took me to Medical City for first round of tests and checkup and things like that. And I was kind of expecting maybe I'm going to get a cab back or something like that. He said, no, I am now your driver. And it was Neil and a couple one other fella. And so it was everything. It was, if you want to go shopping, I said, no, it's okay. Maybe we'll go someplace and grab something to eat. He said, okay, no problem. And then even when I left in the middle of the trip, I do it like this. I'll go to Manila for executive checkup. Then I'll do a trade show in Singapore and then come back. And I'm like, okay, I'll find my way to the airport. He says, no, it's okay. I'll take you. And I was like, wow, this is a service I was not expecting, was all of the back and forth and all of the hand-holding through everything that took place. And he was my concierge in the hospital as well, making sure that I got to all of my appointments and all of that stuff. So that's in the basis of it, the Healthy Getaway package includes that kind of incredible added value and service, right?
Right.
Ray, if I weren't with Medical City, the way you narrated your story, right, I would choose Medical City because of what you told me, and I would hire you to be part of Medical City.
Well, I had to. So everything, as I said, the hand holding and making sure that I was there for each round of the different parts of the physical, and even when it came down to where can I get a bite to eat, he says across the street, and where there's 17 different restaurants, and thankfully had I want to say waited out the time that I needed for my fast, because some of the tests that I was going to take included a fast, and you can't imagine how hungry I was. And he says, let me take you across the street over here and see what it is that you want to eat. Those of you that recognize the background here might know exactly which restaurant that he took me to. Anyway, bottom of the hour, and so as I said, that's a good basis of the Healthy Getaway program, but you've got it in layers. So what I've just described might be itinerary A.
Yeah. So that's a program you want everybody to actually experience. It's actually the patient experience that we're selling to the community. It's not just having the routine executive checkup. It's having one of a kind patient experience, if that's the case, right? And
that's what it felt like. I mean, it felt like it was bespoke. The customized program just for me was the way that I was feeling about this. And there were certain, as I said, it was the duration of COVID. I had not had any physicals or any other major tests that I had to take care of. So there were a couple of things that I wanted to make sure that I didn't overused or underutilized during the entire COVID period. So there were additional tests that I added to it, and the guy's like, yeah, no problem with that. Take you down to go and see this doctor here. He's right in the same building, so everything is good. Doctor, if you don't mind, Gary Martinez, the Chief Medical Officer, can you tell the listeners about the basic components of the physical, of the checkup that you do? So if I go in there, I think it's, here's the basic program, and that will include all kinds of different tests and protocols.
Yeah, the basic program actually is, they get your history, of course. That's very important. Your family history, what you've been ill about, allergies, etc. Then a complete physical exam. And then a blood test. A basic blood test would include checking your sugar, your cholesterol, and other components of your blood that might indicate the health of your liver and your kidneys.
He looked me right in the eye when he said liver.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did during COVID, and I think I'm sure that you guys had seen the same thing, that there are more and more people that found themselves drinking a little bit more than usual, maybe less exercise as usual during the COVID time. Bojo is looking at me like, yeah, that's pretty much our life story there. So you've got those components in there.
Right.
And then you've got some of the other tests that are fun.
Right. Well, the chest X-ray and then an ultrasound of your abdomen, look at your other organs, and then a checkup on your heart, which would include an EKG, an electrocardiogram, a stress test, put you on a treadmill. Did you have that done?
I made it to 3. I made it to, and then they cheated. I'm going to tell you this right now. They cheated. They cheated because I was doing all right, and the lady's looking at the numbers, and she says, "Oh, you're a runner." I said, "Yeah, I'm a runner." Da, 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 da. And then she says, "Okay," and then she hit the incline button, and then she sped it up, so I had to run up the hill. And by that time, my cardio was not as good as I wanted it to be. I was hoping to get to 5, but I was able to top 3 and then make it out from there. But there were other tests that they conducted. You've got a new liver specialist there.
Oh, yeah.
That has some really kind of unique equipment, so they can gauge the fiber scan. For non-intrusive, right? It's a little thing, and by the time they're done, you don't even recognize that you were in that test. There was another test that I took that I'd never had before. I'll describe it because I can't remember the name, but they put me in this little phone booth, and they had me take these big breaths. What's that?
Spirometry.
Spirometry. They had one of those things that were set up for me.
Or CPAP.
I guess they were looking for issues with my lungs. Lung function and things like that. Anyway, and then the other important part of this, I'm sorry I get very excited talking about it because it's all coming back to me now.
We're going to hire you, Ray.
No. Well, but wait a second. Check with the CEO first. I'm pricey.
I'm already thinking,
But the best part of it was where there was anything that was remarkable in the results of the test, Neil would take me to the actual doctor. I'd sit down with an actual doctor and discuss the outcomes of the test and what they thought might be a pretty good strategy to be able to, we're catching, we're seeing things, and maybe you're going to want to make this lifestyle change, maybe you're going to want to make this exercise change, maybe this diet change. It was fascinating the number of doctors that I was in front of as they were going back over the numbers, and I came away from that thinking that might have been the best physical that I'd ever had. A lot of questions going in, and all of them were answered. And then the other cool thing is you write out a prescription for something, you could go right downstairs. There's a full-blown pharmacy. And did I tell you already that the peso is 58.2? The drugs are cheaper in the Philippines, everybody. They're absolutely cheaper there. So obviously I'm a fan. And as I said, we're talking about, that's the first of the components. That's like A. But there's a beta and a Charlie version of this. What gets added in the intermediate steps? So we've already talked about the Healthy Getaway 1. What happens with Healthy Getaway B?
So,
anybody can answer.
These are 3 packages. You have first one would be the basic one. The second one would have all the tests that Dr. Gary Martinez mentioned. On top of it is hotel accommodations. So it doesn't just give you the executive checkup, it gives you the actual opportunity to relax, to do R&R.
But this is not just any hotels here. I mean, we're talking about some
top hotels, yes.
weighty places in the Philippines. The Astoria, the Joy Nostalgia, Marco Polo, Privato, Richmond, Sheraton, Marriott, Hilton, Holiday Inn Express, the Savoy, and the Westin can be included in your package. So,
Yes, so-
you know, we're talking door to door here.
That's number 2. Now, number 3 includes number 2, but on top of it, you'd get additional services, which would be facial, which would be with collagen mask, acupuncture would still be part of it. But again, executive checkup with the hotel accommodations plus additional services. So these are the 3 packages that we have now. You are saving us much time explaining everything because you're now an advocate, right? So for us, this is the same package, but spruce up packages that we have compared to last year. And would like, of course, to invite everybody to avail of it. Consult your local HMO if these services are covered. And again, once you have it done, if we see other tests needed to be done, we would need to ask your
There's
HMO.
a guy. There's a guy. Well, and so I did ask for a couple of additional tests, and the folks from the insurance company okayed them on the spot. And so, I mean, without virtually any delay. Wait a second, I need to make a phone call because I think every HMO on Guam also has has an office in Manila, so that those decisions can be made on the patient's behalf right away instead of waiting for tomorrow, for the Guam office to open or something.
Yeah. So that I know some of the residents of Guam are looking for schedules to have their executive checkup since the American summer, right? We're inviting everyone to consider Medical City as top of mind for these specific tests. We'll be able to accommodate you not next week, not next month, next year, but we're able to accommodate you now.
I was going to say the only bad time to do this is All Souls Day. when Manila is empty, everybody goes back to the provinces, and we do the religious services and things like that. But even in that case, in fact, my first trip to Medical City was done right around All Souls Day, and there were still a ton of doctors, ton of nurses that were happy to accommodate me and help me try to sort out H. pylori or something that Akimoto thought I had back in the day. Can you also set up other things now? As I said, among some of the things procedures I've had done in the Philippines was I had my LASIK done. So I'm 20/20 to the horizon, but my up close vision is no good. And recently I'm getting told about some places that now are specializing in things like adult, not senior citizen dental, but dental procedures that can be done, and even what I think is the newest import. Maybe you should have some of this over at Medical City. The hair implants.
We have that.
Wait a second. It's not in the list of things here.
We can also do eyelashes if you want, but we have that.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't. When did you start doing that?
It's part of our wellness. That's the wellness, yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can have that consult, and you can have that service provided for you.
Uh-huh.
So here's the thing.
But that's not covered by my insurance company. They don't care if I get bald.
It'll be on us. At least the first 4 strands will be on us.
I had no idea, but as I said, there's so many. I did not realize that was part of the specialties. And I suppose we go back to the CEO to talk about all of the different things that we're talking about. It's not just providing medical care over at Medical City. It's also trying to take care of the whole patient and all of the needs of the patient.
Yeah, right.
I think
we also we have advanced checkup. That not just the ordinary, but also predictive medicine, where you can.
If you would please explain a little bit of predictive medicine.
Digital twin. When you go to Medical City and do all your tests regularly, we file up all your data as your digital twin, including your genetic predisposition and everything. And now AI can actually analyze your data and predict what's going to happen to you in the future.
Amazing.
Right.
I'm. You know what? This is the second time just this week that I've heard that phrase, digital twin. And there's so much to that package. So you basically create kind of a computerized version of me, and based on lifestyle, based on diet,
based on
the
your
exercise,
lifestyle, based on your genetic predisposition,
and my current and even past, because you guys you've got a great database out there. You can go backwards and take a look at the results of my previous tests.
And then that's analyzed, and including all the data on research on predictive medicine. Then we can say, okay, you, because of this of your genetic predisposition and the subsequent tests that you've been having with us, I would say you're going to have diabetes in the next 2 to 3 years.
or the opposite
you're
side.
at high risk of heart attack or stroke.
You should be dead by now. Your digital twin, as soon as we plugged in the numbers, it died on the table.
Actually, eventually, part of the digital twin would be genetic sequencing. We'd have an actual map of your genetic makeup. That's going to be part of your genetic twin. It's going to be part of it eventually. So what's the beauty of it? We'll be able to clone you and hire you.
That's the way of saying. I'm making sure there's
what in here. Transplant.
Yeah, the hair transplant first. I'm looking around to see if there's anything with my DNA in it, because I might go to the Philippines and hear a guy on the radio sounds exactly like me.
Ray, speaking of predictive health, we have these 2 tests that we want to actually make the public know.
Please.
What if you're able to have this opportunity to find out that you're about to develop a specific type of a cancer, even if it's stage 0, even if you don't have any manifestation of it yet.
Stage 0 is an interesting concept, yes.
So it's a blood test that we have. And it's able to actually tell you, even before the cancer ensues into a full-blown cancer, that you have it. It's a blood test for detecting the DNA. Dr. Martinez will elaborate on it. The DNA of cancer. Top 5 cancers would be prostate, lung, liver, colorectal, breast, and one more. Prostate.
Prostate.
Yes. So you'll be able to find out, and you'll be able to actually manage it earlier than foreseen, right? But it's a test that we have right now that would enable you to predict the future in a way.
But Angelina Jolie, as an example, a few years ago, she I think became involved in some of that predictive medicine and had a radical double mastectomy as a result of that.
That's genetic testing.
It was
that's
the genetic. Okay.
Genetic testing. But this one is early recognition of early cancer. These cancers, even if it's not yet visible or not yet
detected by usual tests, they release a DNA. The cells release a DNA that's been studied before, and so it circulates in your bloodstream. That's before you actually feel a mass or have something show up on the X-ray.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it picks up at, as Christian said, stage 0. So if it lights up for one of these cancers, then you can have a more thorough workup focusing on that particular organ.
Well, if you've got cancer in the family, that ought to be the first green flag on this. You take a look at your lifestyle, diet habits, exercise habits, and whatever other predispositions that you may have.
So that's another test that we have. If you have a family history, now this time you have a family history of a certain cancer type, that test, that other test, a blood test, would give you a predictive probability of you developing such. So you'd be forewarned now.
So I make whatever appropriate steps need to be taken, but actually have this in your head as you go through some of the other therapies and procedures that you guys might be recommending or prescribing for your patients. And there's virtually everybody that I know that has been touched by cancer one way or the other. I lost my father to small cell carcinoma. He was a lifelong smoker. I quit smoking about 10 years ago, but I had 30 years as a 2-pack-a-day man prior to that. So it is possible that there might be some predisposition for me, and that's a test. So that's like a shelf test. We get that.
Yes, you can have it as part of your physical exam. If you've been, for example, you said you smoked, but you stopped 10 years ago, so there might be a risk there, and the family history. They recommend
they were worried about COPD for sure.
Right, right. But for cancer cells that might be circulating in your bloodstream, even before it shows up on your X-ray, this test can find it out. So I would recommend that if you come back to Medical City for your annual checkup,
do that
for
then
sure.
you have to do this test probably every year because you would be considered at least at moderate risk because of your smoking history and your family history.
Even though the pulmonologist didn't see anything that was indicative of many years of smoking, that spirometer test that I did, the doctor said, we could tell that you were a smoker just based on the results.
That's why you took it.
But it was kind of contrarian because prior to that I'd just run a half marathon with no major problems, and I'd run marathons before, so I never thought. I thought after I quit, my days of worrying about my lungs and lung cancer were over. But clearly that's not the case.
Well, in terms of affecting your lung function, it's probably good because you've had the test.
Yeah.
But the damage to your DNA from the smoking, that persists for years. That might be there. So this test would pick up that circulating DNA. If you develop a cancer somewhere, it could be as small as a millimeter. You wouldn't see it on the X-ray, but it could be picked up in the bloodstream.
And so I didn't realize, and it's always fun to get doctors in the studios. I can talk about it. I did not realize that there is that marker that you can find for those cancers. But correct me if I'm wrong. Could you detect early on signs of pancreatic cancer with using that same DNA marker?
Not with this.
Not
test,
with
no.
that one.
No, it's just
that's why
specific for
pancreatic.
5.
Pancreatic cancer is such a tricky disease because you don't know what's there until there's not much that can be done about it. And that's why most people, when they get it, lucky if they get 6 or 7 months out of them.
Right.
Now we start. I want to get out from under the very scary stuff. You were talking about being able to go out there and get facials and go to the beach and go hang out, maybe some shopping, and maybe a guy like Neil is going to take care of all of the transportation.
So, it's the same experience that they're going to have once they actually book their executive checkup. But here's the thing, because we're so happy guesting here, Ray.
Anytime.
For the first 5 callers and schedule themselves for the executive checkup. Before we go into that, would like to actually tell the listeners,
by all means,
the actual number they can call. It's 671-988-8627. It's 671-988-8627 for the first 5 callers to schedule their executive checkup. We're going to give out an additional hotel accommodation stay at the Holiday Inn.
Oh.
For the first 5.
Extra day.
An extra day.
Extra day.
Because after everything is done, there's going to want to be shopping and relaxing and incredible dining. Which part of the city is that hotel in?
Holiday Inn is in the Newport Resorts. It's near the airport. It's near the airport. It used to be Resorts World. I'm sure you're familiar with Resorts World.
I'm very familiar
now
with
they
that.
changed the name into Newport.
Yeah. Well, Bojo knows, my
familiar
habits.
with the casino there.
yes. The other reason why you want the other reason why you want to hang out in that location. So you stay in the hotel, and I know the area familiar. I'm familiar enough with the area, so that there is a lot that you can do. The escape hatch at the airport is right across the way. I mean, it's go to the Belmont and then go upstairs, and then you're in the airport. And you're what's the new roadway they've got out there? The Skyway, and that's your link to everything else that you're going to want to do. So make that phone number 988-8627 is the telephone number. First 5 people that call in will get the additional.
And for the second 5 callers, you can get the free facials, collagen mask, and everything. So
not the hair transplant.
Not the hair transplant. That's exclusive for you. They can have that. We'll be able to sponsor just 1 strand.
Hey, listen. Sometimes these things are rather pricey. Although I've got to say, there's something about medical tourism in getting to the Philippines. And as anybody that has been on the airplane rides know, you fly into any of the airports in the Philippines, and you're usually greeted not by customs folks, but by an army of guys with wheelchairs for the meat intake that will will get the process started. If you're a little bit more ambulatory, kind of on your own, and there's ways that they'll figure all of that into the accommodations. As I say, I like to stay over at Forbes on Bonifacio Global City, and if I gotta say, I felt bad for Neil because I didn't realize this. He's one of these guys that will wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Then he drives to Medical City, gets the car, and then comes back and gets me over it. I mean, this guy must have hours and hours to make my accommodations, and they were just absolutely. I can't stop raving about him. And as I said, there were a number of tests that I decided to add to the list, and it was not a problem. It was not a hassle. Everybody said, "No, take care of that." I said, "What about the insurance companies? We'll do it, and they're going to say yes. Don't worry. Just go ahead and line up with the doctor's office, and they'll get everything taken care of." Did we leave anything out? I mean, there's a part of me that wants to talk about prices, but much of that is we'll decide on what's going to be covered by the insurance company and what's not.
I was able to mention the actual price. Everything is going to be as low as $530. It will depend on the package we're going to avail, but it's as low as $530 inclusive of everything.
Okay.
Of course.
As you add to it, hotel accommodations and some of the other specialty features are going to cost a little bit more.
Yeah, so it's inclusive of everything that we mentioned. Well, airfare is not part of it, but
yeah, Connie will take care of it. Connie at Philippine Airlines will take care of everything. This 988-8627 number, that's a kind of
this is our referral office. We have a referral office here, Medical City Referral Office. Amanda will take your call, and she'll be able to assist you, glad to assist you, in the actual journey you're going to undertake, in the same journey as you undertook when you were there.
What kind of time frame are we talking about, Doc? I mean, is this something that can be done over a day, 2 days, 3 days? What's the preference of the doctors?
The most basic is really half a day. You come in the morning and you're done by about 1 or 2 o'clock. But Ray, I wanted to emphasize something that you mentioned. It's pretty important that you get to see a specialist. Okay. In most executive checkups in other countries, somebody just summarizes the things for you and says, we better see this and better do that. But when you have the executive checkup, you know that you have access to top specialists, not an internist, not a GP.
Right.
But if your test direct you to something specific that you need to have give attention to or need to be treated for, you get to see a specialist in that specific.
I saw 4 specialists.
All right.
Yeah. And the doctor that did the summary at the end of everything. Yeah. When I was all done, it was in and out, maybe 2 or 3 days worth of Medical City and that particular journey. And I'm not trying to signal to anybody that there's anything in particular wrong with me, but like I said, I wanted to be sure that those intervening COVID years I wasn't missing anything. And so as a result of that, there were additional tests that I had ordered, which meant that I got to talk to additional doctors. And as you say, there were specialists in the field.
Yeah, and you do get a prescription or advice directed to that in that specialty. So it's in an executive checkup, you just get the test done and people will tell you, okay, these are the problems, do something about it, see your doctor back home. And bye-bye. See you next year. Right?
There are other added value features of it that are kind of automatic now when you stop and think about it. But obviously, I left with a folder of paperwork, but all of the other documentation, because I was, I might as well have been inpatient because there was a data trail following me from the second I stepped on the property at Medical City, and all of the information that my doctor here wanted, I was able to give him a link, and they were able to, using the technology of internet and internet medicine, he was able to take a look at my numbers almost the same time that the doctors in Medical City were reviewing them.
Yeah, we're actually looking into that, and we have a new IT and who's coming here to link the systems of wherever doctor you are going to here. So we will give them access to your data.
So I don't even need to send them the link anymore.
Your doctor can actually see it
in real time.
In real time. That's one thing that we are doing
working
right
on.
now.
Of course, if you have a doctor at GRMC or our sister hospital, right, there's continuity of care. Everything that they need coming from the Medical City, they'll be furnished and you'll be able to have that ease in terms of transition of care and the way continuity of care.
9:56 in the morning. Golly, I wish we had more time because I got more thoughts that are floating around in my head, including the technology of the changing world of technology. It's great to have a physical every once in a while, but we're talking about smartwatches now, smart rings. I'm checking the fingers to see if there's anybody, if any of the doctors in the studio have any smart rings on them or smart devices. To what degree do you suppose you might be able to link up that kind of real-time data gathering and almost analysis to be able
wearables.
to...
Wearables.
Great thing to bring this up. And this is a developing program that we're looking into. And Dr. Casala mentioned it, that digital twin. Okay, we're not yet ready for that, but we are putting it together for next year. Yeah. Where, of course, that digital twin will put together your genetic workup, your all the checkups you've had over the years, and the consults, and wearables if you need that. The data from the wearables will feed into that digital twin, and make as my condition changes, the digital twin's condition will change as well.
It updates itself.
Yeah.
It should be.
So if you have that
concept is fascinating.
So if you have that hair transplant, your digital twin,
we'll get the hair transplant in there as well. I get a couple of crowns and molars. I might be able to get the digital twin. Hopefully, I can get the digital twin to take care of some of the things I don't like to do. Wash the car, and go to funerals and things like that. We'll send the digital twin off to take care of those things. And I can imagine this turns into digital families as well, with everybody all kind of hooked on the same set of gear. Again, the number 988-8627, and start the conversation with them. Go ahead and make the reservations, etc.
Amanda will answer your call. Amanda heads our referral office.
Okay, so and then I guess the next call is going to be to whoever your insurance provider is, and work all of that stuff out. And then the next one is going to be call Connie over at Philippine Airlines and Goodwin Travel, second floor Micronesia Mall. You just take care of everybody in this, and they will take care of all of the accommodations. Get you to the Philippines, and somebody from
Amanda will be able to assist you too in those logistics. So.
There one other accolade I will give before the end of the interview here with the doctors from the medical city and their healthy getaway briefing is the 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week nature of the connection that you're going to create with Amanda and maybe Neil and the doctors at Medical City. I was calling for some additional tests and things like that from Singapore, and time differences, zip code differences, time, all of that stuff. There was always somebody at the end of the phone that would answer the phone, see to my needs, and make it so I generally didn't have to worry about anything. Very, very. I love
that. That's the beauty of having an international concierge here and in the Philippines, doing a seamless coordination of everything that the patient needs.
Well, I was even calling Bojo too. So I mean, that's, when I set about to annoy people and ruin everybody's dinner, I set about it completely. I had 4 different time zones going to see to my medical needs, and you should as well. 988-8627. If you've been thinking maybe there's a check engine light going on in your head, don't wait any longer. Book the trip. You like the analogy? Thank you very much, doctors. Thank you for coming in this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ray. Such a pleasure.
Well, I hope
we'll see you in Manila, okay?
Yes, absolutely. And I hope to have you guys back in the studio, because if this is what you're doing for the Healthy Getaway over the summer, I can hardly wait to see what you guys have got planned for over the holiday hump.
More,
and when the berm months come, that's a great time to be in the Philippines. 10 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show concludes. You have a fantastic rest of the day. No Frowny Friday tomorrow on the program, and we'll jump into Fox News now and find out if Joe Biden is still the president.
The U.S. are under heat alerts, many out west, where the duration of the heat has been a major concern. A motorcyclist in California's Death Valley dying from heat exposure earlier this week, where temperatures soared to 128 degrees.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. Oregon is also seeing record daily temperatures, with Portland reaching 103 and Salem and Eugene hitting 105. On the East Coast, the National Weather Service issued an excessive heat warning for the Philadelphia area, northern Delaware, and New Jersey. Nearly 3 days after Hurricane Beryl made landfall, millions of residents in